Sir Rod, asan yung mga para sa
Yes, sir.
participants? Asan yung mga, ano yung link ng participants? Ay, nandito na
Meron na,
pala.
sir.
Kare-receive ko.
Yes, sir.
Kare-receive ko. Okay. Magsisend na ako.
Yes po, sir. Sir, ma'am, iba-backstage ko na po kayo, ah. Naimbag nga bigat, iti bawat may sa kanya tayo. Good morning po sa bawat isa sa atin. Okay, so before we start uh, our session for today, kablaawak pay, kalubusan da ka po nga Ilocano, iti panang kablaaw. Kablaawak nga rod, iti Schools Division Superintendent tayo, Dr. Danilo C. Sison. Good morning, sir. Ni Apo Assistant Schools Division Superintendent tayo, iti Junior and Senior High School, Madam Dr. Arlene B. Kasipit. Good morning, ma'am. Our Assistant Schools Division Superintendent for the elementary, ni Sir Wilfredo E. Sindayan. Good morning, sir. Ang ating CID Chief, iti Chief Education Supervisor tayo, Dr. Cornelio R. Aquino. And of course, iti kangrunaan mo't nga kablaawan tayo, iti proponent, iti nang dadaulo datoy nga webinar tayo, iti Education Program Supervisor in charge of ESP and Guidance, Dr. Imiterio F. Zuniga Jr. Good morning, sir. Kasamat iti host principal ni Sir Jose Espinanciano, Principal 4 ng Luciano Milian National High School. Dagiti speakers tayo nga nalalaing. Kasamat dagiti school heads nga daditoy mamaestros, mamaestras, iti guidance counselors tayo, guidance designates, ken dagiti guidance coordinators tayo. Kablaawang kayo iti naawang nasayat nga bigat iti bawat maysa kanya tayo nga awan labas na. Good morning po sa bawat isa sa atin. Good. Before we start, ladies and gentlemen, our session for today, our Day 2 webinar, let us first ask the guidance of our Lord Jesus Christ, followed by a nationalistic song.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Okay. So once again, a very nice morning to each and everyone. Before we're going to start the sixth session for today's webinar, may I have the honor to present to you again, Ma'am Anabella D. Dingwasen, for the major takeaways of yesterday's sessions. Okay? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, Sir Rod. A blessed day to each and everyone. I'm so glad and happy to be with you once again for this day. Okay, so yesterday we were able to take up the foundation and some of the building blocks of positive discipline approach. So first, let us look into the foundation. The foundation for the said approach is there are two blocks. We have there the child's rights and the pedagogical principles. In child's rights, we were able to take up the three pillars of child's rights, and then we also have the pedagogical principles, which is student-centered. It should also be proactive in nature. It should be participatory, and of course, it should be based on strengths, and it should be holistic in approach. The next one, we were able to take up the first building block of positive discipline, which is the plan, which is actually setting long-term goals. In setting our long-term goals, it is imperative for us to be able to change the short-term challenges into opportunities to teach our children, to teach our learners in achieving our long-term goal. And in doing so, we have to um, we have to really understand how our mind works, how our brain works, so that we would be able to control our emotions and will not interfere in achieving our long-term goals for our learners. And then we also start discussing the tools. We've also discussed the tools for positive discipline, which are first the warmth that is actually provide. When we say warmth, it is actually our heart's desire to be compassionate and to be loving to our learners, and as well as the structure, because warmth or compassion or love, if it is taken into extreme, it would also have its negative effect. That is why we also need to have structure in providing such warmth. And for structure and warmth, it is actually enhancing or enforcing healthy development, as it bring about a healthy, not just the neural connections or pathways, but it's also nourishes the trust and attachment of the learner towards his or her teachers. And we were able to discuss the principles on understanding the material, which is actually understanding our learners, and we started off with child development. So yesterday we were able to introduce what child development is, and then we've started off with the wonderful mind of the preschooler, wherein it was emphasized there the importance of exploration in the brain development of the child, so as to have a healthy development, not just the child's mental functioning, but also the emotional and social aspect of development. So for today, we would be able to continue on with child developments and other aspects of understanding our learners. And then we'll proceed on with the last block of the positive discipline approach. So as of this time, hold on, sit on, enjoy the day. And I do hope that we have a fresh mind and a very willing heart to catch all the things that we would be able to learn for today's session. Back to you, Sir Rod.
Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Bell. So those are the major takeaways of yesterday's session. So ang tumatak naman sa aking isipan ay yung brain cells. Hindi ko lihiyak sala, idin sala ang college sak nga nagko-connect yung brain cells ko, madam.
At least, sir, nag-connect pa rin.
Yes, ma'am. Buti na lang nag-connect. Okay, so thank you, Ma'am Bell. Once again, thank you, ma'am.
Thanks as much, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so let us now come to the first session of the Day 2 webinar. Of course, ladies and gentlemen, it is again my honor to present to you once again the very able guidance counselor 3 of Manawag National High School, Ma'am Maria Elena J. Esteron. Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, so good morning everyone. I'm back. And mabuti na lang nag-intro si Ma'am Bel kasi medyo we have to have that mindset today, this morning. Siguro after the sessions that you've heard yesterday, dapat siguro na gradually the way of your thinking today medyo nagbabago na ba? Okay? So 'di ba, before we teach positive discipline to our students, dapat positive din tayo, okay? So our way of thinking dapat laging positive. Okay? So the next stage of a child, kasi kahapon we were talking about early grader, toddler, mga ganong stage. The next step of their development is the transition to school. Okay? So very big step to talaga. Okay? So making that transition to school is a momentous event in a child's life. It is one of the biggest adjustments she will ever have to make. From the child's perspective, school is a totally new world. Bakit? Well, because, di ba, sanay na sila sa bahay. Everything, their world before was just inside the house, with their mother, with their father, with their family, with their caregiver. Lahat ng kailangan ng bata, it was all there, provided for them. Pinapakain, yun yung ginagawa nila, maglalaro, ganon, okay? So, that is why, when a child is nearing mga 4 or 5, minsan may mga parents talagang gusto nila the earlier na maka-learn ang bata, the better. So what they do is, syempre, most of us here are mothers also before. And itong first day of school, this is medyo nakakatakot din sa mga parents before. Kasi you want this stage, you want this day to be important to your child because it's that day na dito natin makikita kung makaka-adjust yung anak mo kaya niya bang ituloy ang next level or the next stage in life. And so early on, okay, so looking back, okay, let's just take a moment. Okay, so during these times he was not in school yet, he was at home. Siguro marami rin tayong ginagawa with our child. Bumibili na tayo ng pencil nila, paper, so they can already draw. Di ba excited tayo? You want them to write their names already. Di ba? Okay, kasi we want them to be prepared when they go to school. Gusto mo, hindi na sila masyadong nahihirapan. Okay? So, yun nga, the first day of school, there are new rules to follow. So, okay, so ang papakinggan mo ngayon, yung teacher, hindi yung parent. Okay? New routines. Okay, so when they wake up in the morning, hindi yung andyan kaagad ang mother, nandyan yung pagkain po agad. Pero pag sa school setting, bagong environment na naman. So, di ba, kung imagine mo yung sa bata, it's very challenging for him. Okay? So, yun. Okay. So, yun nga, before we want our child to go to school, gusto natin, they know what to expect. Gusto natin, prepared sila. Ganito anak, first day of school, you'll be having your teacher, you'll be meeting new friends. Yun. Kasi it's a totally new experience for them. And at this stage, usually, ang alam lang nilang experience, ang alam lang nila, they only understand things na nakikita nila at na na-experience nila. Okay? So, middle grades. Okay, let's talk about 7 to 11-year-old children. Okay? First year, grade 1. Okay? Kinder, ganon. Okay, so, going back to the brain, the brain development provides for greater capacity for learning and mastery of fundamental skills. So, mas marami siyang matututunan ngayon. Okay? Mas malawak. Okay, so siguro by the time mag-grade 1 ng anak mo or magki-kinder, they know the basics na. Alam nila yung ibang alphabets nila. They can count from 1 to 10 or more. And they can differentiate different kind of colors. Ganon. Pero, it's hard for them to understand more complex concepts. For example na lang, okay, an 8-year-old, okay, so when he sees a rock, there's 2 rocks, may nakita siyang bato, dalawa, at katabi niya isang bato. He understands that there are 3 rocks. But when you ask him, what's 2 plus 1? Hindi niya alam. Iisipin niya pa, magbibilang pa siya sa kamay niya. Yun, 1, 2, 3. So, ganon. So, that age, they know what they can see, but hindi pa nila masyadong alam i-analyze. Okay? Okay. So, it is also in this stage na mag-start na rin ng puberty. Although it's quite young, pero there are still some students, there's some children undergoing already puberty. The early stage lang naman. That's when they start to see physical changes in their bodies. Yun nga, yung iba nga, as early as 11-year-old, meron na rin pong nag-start ng menstruation niya. And so, excuse me. And so, dito na rin mag-start yung mga crushes nila. They start to have new friends. Meron na silang mga barkada, and they'd like to interact with a lot of students their age also. And yun, that is why, because of this stage, during puberty, there are a lot of hormones acting upon them already, and then meron tayong mga emotions again, playing with them. Kaya you could expect na these children are very sensitive. Mag-mood swings yan. Minsan sobrang saya, minsan ang lungkot, masyado siyang sensitive. And so, taking that in mind, at least we could understand kung bakit sila ganyan. Hindi tayo nag-judge. Okay? So, yun. So, it's also this age when they know the basic things. They can tie their shoes. They can cook they can cook noodles. Pwede na sila magpainit ng tubig. Anyways, my daughter can do that already at that age. Pero, they're still trying to get more confident with themselves. Gusto nilang, they want to prove themselves. Kaya nga, we are always there to guide them. Okay? So, yun nga, kasi nga lang nag-iisip na ang anak natin, nag-iisip na ang students natin. They ask critical questions or they disagree with teachers. Tama ba ito? Is this right? Tama ba ito? Di ba tama? Kasi they start to learn new things eh. So as they learn new things, they're gonna ask questions. Why? Bakit? Kasi ganito eh. My mom told me ganito siya. Okay? That's wrong. Minsan nga may mga issues minsan ang bata mas naniniwala sa teachers. Okay? So we have to make them understand. Okay? Pwede rin ganyan, pwede rin ganito. Okay? So yung konting analysis, they have difficulty understanding. Okay? So yun, changes in the child's mood. Yun nga, dahil nga that's the onset of puberty. We have these hormones again. And hindi naman ibig sabihin disrespectful ang bata. Hindi naman ibig sabihin bastos siya, which is, minsan, hindi naman natin, we can't help thinking that way. Pero kaya nga, that's why we need to understand these stages. Parang alam natin kung paano natin i-cater sa needs nila. Okay? So, yun nga, this is really crucial. Punishment, we have to avoid punishment. Kasi itong age na to, they're very sensitive. And we don't want to lessen their motivation to learn. So, hindi lang decrease ang motivation nila, but it would also undermine the child's confidence. Magiging insecure na siya. He would not want to move on to new learnings. Medyo ano siya, kasi nga, pinanish mo na siya, may sinabi ka na sa kanya eh. So, yun nga, we have to continue yung mindset natin that we want to help them, we give them warmth and support. It's always there in the back of our mind. So, hindi sila masyadong affected and then mas lalo silang makakapag-adjust. Okay? So, bakit yun. Okay. So, also, di ba tanong ng mga batang ganitong stage, gusto rin nila na acknowledge natin ang point of view nila. Okay? So, hindi pwede yung tayo na lang lagi ng salita tayo na lang laging ganito. Gusto rin nila na marinig natin ang point of view nila. They want, gustong-gusto nila yan. Kapag tinatanong mo siya, oh, how are you today? What do you think? Ganyan. Gustong-gusto nila yon kasi it's their way of showing, of expressing also their ideas. And that is so important kasi dito nila madidiscover kung ano yung mga interest nila, kung saan sila magaling. They can explore more, and especially yung in how they relate to other children, other people, their older people. Parang we're giving them respect na mahalaga pala ako, I'm important pala. Okay? So yun, engaging the child in conversation. This is true. You know, usually mga batang ganitong kids, di ba, papansin, hindi naman sa papansin, lagi silang taas ng kamay. Kasi gusto nilang mag-share, gusto nilang magsalita, and they want to, tell everybody, hey, I'm this, I wanna tell you something, I'm someone, parang ganun. They're trying to they're already, nagdi-discover pa lang sila kung anong klaseng tao sila. Okay? So, yun. Okay? So that is why, yun nga, at this stage, they're trying to discover themselves. That is why it's also this stage in which their bullying is common. Okay, so it's sad to say, as early as these middle grades, bullying, ang daming nangyayaring cases like that. It's because, they don't understand yet. Hindi pa nila alam kung ano yung, and they don't know how, hindi pa nila masyadong kilala ang mga ibang bata their age. So as educators, as teachers, it's always, it's so important that we scaffold the children's learning toward appreciating diversity and kindness. Na dapat lahat ng mga bata ay unique. Ito galing siya sa lugar na to. We have to understand them because ganyan. Okay? Kindness. So dapat yun, kindness. Hindi tayo pwedeng mag-judge. Challenging gender stereotypes. Okay? So ito yung yung mga estudyante nating LGBT, gay, or homo, yung mga anong term na yon, yung mga gay students. Well, hindi na, kasi yung stage na yun talagang critical sa kanila. Doon nila malalaman kung straight ba sila o hindi eh. So, but, kaya nga, meron tayong mga cases na bullying kasi yung mga bata, hindi pa nila masyadong naintindihan. Kasi ang tinuro sa kanila ng mother nila, boy, girl, ganyan. Pero hindi naman nila tinuturo kung pwede kang maging gay. Okay? So, anyways, yon. In order for us to provide warmth and structure, so umpisa pa lang, we should have rules in the classroom to give respect to your teachers, to your classmates. Okay, so at least meron tayong parang guidelines in order for us in order for the students to have like parang bawal pala to. Okay, so let's ganon. So this would reduce bullying and increase the confidence of the learners. Okay, so if the learners feel that they are all equal at importante sila lahat, walang judgment, hindi tayo nagjo-judge, and that everyone has the same right as each other, malalasan itong bullying at magiging confident ang ating mga learners. Okay? So, yun. For example, nung isang estudyante, we had this new student, he was from Baguio. Okay, so he was from Baguio. Siyempre, yung way of life nila sa Baguio is totally different from here in Pangasinan kasi sila doon. Iba yung accent kasi nila. And minsan, yung mga ibang estudyante, hindi nila maintindihan, ba't ganun ang accent niya? Tinatawanan nila. So, ganun. Kaya as teachers, as educators, we're there to teach them, to guide them. Kasi he's from Baguio and iba rin yung lifestyle nila doon. Okay, so yun. Okay, so the greatest challenge now is the pandemic. So what do we do during this time? Okay, so itong mga bata na to, ano sila, although they understand that schools are closed, marami silang mga mamimiss, okay? So they lose their extensive social network, okay? So marami silang mga friends, hindi na masyadong nakikita, kasi nga, they can't go out. 7 to 11 years old, hindi pa rin sila pwedeng lumabas. And, yun, so you have to think of other ways in order for them to feel that, learning must continue and that, that yung mga modules natin, dapat sagutan pa rin natin, importante ito. Kasi this is the only way we could reach out and continue their learning. Okay? So, because it's their right. Kahit ganitong may pandemic, it's their right to education. Hindi sila pwedeng mag-stop. Okay? So, may experience sadness. Yes, of course, sadness. Kasi nga, they don't see most of their friends. Okay? So, takot sila, ano nang mangyayari sa amin? Okay? Kung ganito, nandito na lang kami sa bahay. We won't be able to see our teachers. We won't be able to see our friends. Okay? So, pessimism more on, depende rin kasi sa family of how he was raised at home. Kung pessimist yung parents niya, maging pessimist na siya. Kaya, we always have to be positive. Let's think positive, anak, no? You can still continue your studies. And, yun, punishment again. Okay? So, lalo na yung mga bata, yung mga nanay na nagtuturo ng mga anak nilang maliliit, we know, it's very stressful. Ang hirap talaga magturo ng bata. And, ang konting patience lang. And, we have to avoid punishing them at home. Kasi, kahit gusto natin o hindi, meron pa rin nagpapunish sa bahay. But I hope, we can avoid this and think of other ways to discipline our children on the more positive light. Okay? So, yan. Okay, so I forgot to mention a while ago also, yung independence nila, parang medyo na stop kasi nandun lang sila sa bahay. So, parang medyo yung kasama rin yung fear and sadness what if we can't do this anymore? Kung baka meron siyang gustong gawin pala, hindi na niya magawa kasi nandun lang siya sa bahay. Paano ko gagawin to? Okay? So, okay. Yun. Okay. So the teacher's response to the child's emotions will have an impact for years to come. Okay? So like what you have heard yesterday and today also, it's so important to have the right response. Yung timing, you have to always think of the timing, the right response to the emotions. Kasi they would remember this throughout their lives. Okay? So kung maganda yung impact, he will carry that hanggang tumanda na siya. So we also have to be careful because kaya nga from the start, from the start, you always have to have this attitude that you want to provide, you care for your students. You want to do the best. Parang anak mo na rin yan eh. You want the best for your students. If you have this way of thinking, magiging positive na lang yan lahat. Okay? So, yon. Okay, so teachers' respect for children and their rights will form the foundation of how they see themselves as they begin their journey through school. Okay. So, going back, dapat meron tayong familiar tayo sa mga rights ng bata. Okay? So, the foundation of all the schools, it's all geared to the child's rights. And if you remember, yun, do you remember Article 3? Okay. Do you remember Article 28, 24? Okay, what does Article 3 tell us? Okay, so that the best interest of the child shall be our primary concern. So dapat yun, nakatutok tayo sa bata, siyang importante sa atin. So, kung kailan nyo mag-CR, what do you do? Kasi may mga teachers tayo, I'm not saying everyone, but di ba minsan ayaw nating labas ng labas ang bata. That's why most of our elementary schools, meron tayong CR doon. Kasi it's their right to go to the bathroom, kung ano may mangyari sa kanila. Pero to avoid yung the repeated, parang kasi meron yung ibang estudyante, gusto na lang nilang mag-CR kasi gusto lang nilang lumabas, gusto lang nilang they don't want to listen anymore. They just want to go there. That's why we have rules to tell them na you can't go to the bathroom every time you need to. I mean, kaya nga meron tayong recess. Please go to the bathroom during recess if possible. So kung nag-recess na kayo, mag-CR na kayo. Okay, hindi yung mamaya sabihin na naman niya CR yan, CR. Kaya so parang ma-develop din sa bata. Meron tayong mga rules na i-follow. At the same time, yung right nilang mag-CR, hindi natin na hihinder sa kanila. Okay? So also, So we must also consider the impact of the action. Dapat we also have to take note also in physical health. Dapat nating iniisip yan, the mental, emotional health, social relationships, family relationships, and academic achievement. So, di ba, mga bata, especially in the elementary, kung kahit small feat for them, dapat meron tayong mga certificates, yung at least we can parang appreciate natin yung mga ginagawa nila, yung effort nila, their academic achievement. That's what this really helps because it gives them, gustong-gusto nila ito eh. It's a positive way of saying that they're important and we're really happy that you did well. Yun. So having this in mind also, it all points down to the child. Kasi it's the right to free education. Okay, that's Article 28. Education is compulsory and available, and it's free to all. So kahit lahat, san sulog dyan ng barangay, kung saan dyan, libre ang education and it's their right. Okay? So that is why also, yung mga nagda-drop, okay? We try to erase the thought na pwede silang mag-drop. Kasi hindi pwede eh. If we drop a student, we're depriving them of their right to education. Okay? So, as much as possible, we do all our efforts, take measures to encourage the regular attendance of our students. Okay, so this will in turn reduce dropout. Pero if you have, kung nasa isip mo na hindi pwede mag-drop kasi karapatan niya ng bata. Diba, eventually, if you have other students, if you have new students na gustong at least, alam mo na kung anong gagawin mo. Okay, gawin mo ng lahat. You can go to the house of the student, you can talk to them. Pero syempre, with the pandemic today, syempre we have to take extra precautions, okay? So, yun. What is Article 24. Okay? So this talks, yun nga, going back to article, it talks about the right to health of students. Okay? So bakit kaya yung ibang estudyante hindi nakakagawa ng module? Okay? So yun nga, kailangan it's important when they enrolled in school, they have to get the basic information, taga saan yung bata, matatawagan ba siya, where is she from what family, kung ano yung social economic status niya. Kasi usually itong mga batang hindi nakakasagot ng module, they're from a poor family. Talagang hirap ang buhay nila. Minsan, you really have to go to them. You have to home visit. Kasi, ano kayo nangyari? Hindi mo makontak, tapos wala pang signal, tapos hindi pa nagpapakita. So, the next thing you have to do is you go to these students. You find out why. Parang, masave naman natin to. Okay? So, at least in the end, if ever, ginawa mo rin lahat, parang mapapasok mo ang bata. Okay? So, excuse me. So, okay. So, going back, yan, malapit na nating ma-build itong PDET building block. And yun, from yesterday, yan. We have the infancy, yan. If you have attachment and trust, magiging okay ang infancy mo. Okay, so toddlerhood, communication skills, preschool, yan. Nonviolent conflict resolution, independence. So, yung preschool, yan dyan nag-umpisa yung yung being curious. They want to discover everything. Tapos yung sa early school, respect for others. Yun. At this stage, itong respect for feeling, ito yung when we go to school, yun nga, yung mga bata, they want to be given importance kasi they're trying to find their self-identity already. Okay? So, yun, they have to respect their feelings. Okay? More on, kaya nga, ito nga yung years na talagang yung very sensitive sila. Okay? So, yun, having this in mind, yun, we can ensure that there will be a healthy development sa student. Okay, so I hope meron na tayong itong long-term goal natin, medyo parang nakikita na natin sa lahat ng mga estudyante natin. And hopefully, being positive and providing warmth and structure. Yan. Medyo mas magiging mabuti naman kung tawag nito. Sorry. So at least we can ensure na magiging okay ang student natin in the future. Okay? And in helping him adjust to other stages in his life. So at least yun matutulungan natin kasi hindi na siya masyadong mahirapan mag-adjust sa next stage. Okay? So that's it, and thank you. And I've enjoyed the experience also. So, yun, thank you, and yan lang po.
Okay, so once again, a virtual applause to our speaker, Madam Maria Elena J. Seron, the Guidance Counselor 3 of Manawag National High School. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay, so yes, ma'am. Kung may mga katanungan po kayo, mga questions po regarding the topic of Ma'am Maria Elena, i-reserve po ninyo yan. Then after our last speaker for AM sessions, ay Q&A portion po tayo. Okay, once again, thank you so much, Ma'am Maria Elena J. Esteron. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you po.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you our next speaker for sessions 7 to talk about the positive discipline on the understanding of child development, part 4, high school years. It's my honor to present to you Sir Frederick R. Belio, the Principal 3 and District Guidance Coordinator of Masaal-Saal Aluo Elementary School of Umingan, Pangasinan. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir. Good morning po sa inyong lahat. Sir, masiil-siil.
Ay, sorry, sir. Later, sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Sir Rod. Good morning po sa inyong lahat. Habang kayo po ay nakaupo dyan, nanonood, nakikinig ng ating pong webinar sa umagang ito, ang dalangin ko po sa Panginoon ay nasa ayos po kayong kalagayan, ligtas po kayo, malayo po kayo sa sakit at karamdaman. So, amen po ba?
Amen.
Nais ko pong simulan itong discussion na ito sa pamamagitan po ng isang kwento. Ang mga pastor po na kagaya ko ay mahilig po sa mga kwento. Sir Rod, naririnig ako?
Yes, sir.
At meron daw pong isang bilanggo na na-confine sa isang solitary confinement. At binigyan po siya ng isang Bible. At yung Bible na yon ay kanya pong companion. So ang ginawa po ng bilanggong ito, pinag-aralan po niya ng mahabang panahon. At ito po yung kanyang na-discover. Ang Bible daw ay, it contains 3,586,489 letters. It has 773,692 words. It has 31,173 verses. It has 1,189 chapters. The word "end" occurs 46,277 times. At ito pa, the middle verse in the entire Bible is verse 8 of Psalms 118. And all the letters of the alphabet are found in Ezra chapter 8, verse 21. And the longest verse is Esther chapter 8, verse 9. And the shortest verse is John 11:35. Those were the amazing facts na na-research po niya. Na-research po ng bilanggong ito sa Bible. But we are nowhere told that the message of the Bible touched the prisoner's heart. I hope sa umagang ito, habang siguro marami po tayong mga insights, learning na nag-gain, sana meron pong kahit isa doon na learning or insights na nagbigay po ng kirot sa ating po mga puso. Dahil sinabi nga po ng isang great philosopher, si Aristotle, na educating the mind without educating the heart is not education at all. Educating the mind without educating the heart is not education at all. So, bakit natin pinag-aaralan itong adolescents, or understand why we need to know yung child development, particularly the adolescent years. Mayroon po akong dalawang adolescents, magagandang mga dalaga, at napapansin ko sa kanila yung kakaibang behavior na meron sila na dati hindi ko nakikita nung sila ay mga bata pa. At lagi nating isipin na mga adolescents na ito ay yung kanilang brain ay patuloy po na nagde-develop. So hindi pa sila fully developed. Maski ma-reach nila yung 18 years old, yung brain nila ay hindi pa fully developed. This means their capacity for planning, anticipating consequences of their action, and inhibiting risky behaviors are not yet mature. May mga pagkakataon, di ba, na gumagawa sila ng desisyon, gumagawa sila ng plano na minsan sa palagay natin mga magulang o kaya teacher, hindi angkop sa kaisipan natin. Napakasimple nga lang, napakasimple na nga lang yung plano, pero minsan, di ba, minsan natatawa tayo dahil common na nga yung problema minsan, common na nga yung issue, di ba? The way nga sila ay mag-solve ng problem, napakahirap pa para sa kanila. At ito, kailangan nila ng security, guidance in problem solving and making decisions. Okay, for our first activity, sir, nakikita sir? Remembering adolescence. Recall a time from high school when you did something against school rules. I-recall natin nung tayo po ay mga high school students pa lamang. Let's recall yung time na tayo ay gumawa ng isang tayo ay gumawa ng labag sa school rules. First question is, why did you do it? Would you do it again? Why or why not? What was the response? And what have been a helpful response coming from probably from your teacher or from your principal? Siguro kung face-to-face po yung meeting na ito ay seminar na ito ay siguro marami pong mga magsasagot sa question na ito. Since hindi naman kayo pwedeng magsalita, ako na lang po ang mag-share ng aking pong experience tungkol po sa activity na ito. Noong high school po ako, meron po akong karanasan tungkol po sa school rules o classroom rules. Meron po kaming isang subject nung second year po ako, naalala ko po yung industrial arts at ang project po namin noon ay yung paggawa po ng walis tingting. Yung teacher po namin, binigyan po kami ng enough time para gawin po yung walis tingting na yon, at after how many weeks kami po ay kailangan namin i-submit yung project po na yon. So here comes yung submission of project. Ang problema nung time na yon, hindi ko po nagawa yung project ko. So ang ginawa ko po ay nag-absent po ako. Hindi po ako pumasok. The following day, galit na galit po yung teacher namin dahil nag-absent po kami, marami naman po kami. Tinanong po niya sa akin kung bakit ako nag-absent. Pero sabi ko, sir, pasensya na po dahil nagkasakit ako. Pero ang totoo ay hindi ko po natapos yung project. Pagkatapos po noon pagkatapos po niyang kaming tanungin lahat kung ano yung mga reasons kung bakit hindi po kami pumasok. Iba-iba yung mga sagot ng mga kaklase ko nung time na yun. Pagkatapos po nun ay palo, isang palong malakas. Pero alam niyo po, nagtanda po ako. Nakatulong din dahil sa susunod na project, pag-iigihin ko na at magsasubmit na ako. Pero sa isang banda, meron ding negative na epekto yon sa akin. Lalo na po yung pagpalo. Second year high school po ako nung time na yun. Maliban doon, syempre bukod sa hindi mo na uulitin, pero until now, yun yung lagi kong naalala nung time na pinalo po kami ng napakalakas. So, Sir Rod, nakikita ba? Yung slide ko nakikita ba? Sir Rod? Hindi ko nakikita sa screen. Sir Rod?
Sir, paki-share yung screen niyo, sir.
Oo nga eh. Hindi ko nakikita.
Hindi pa naka-share, sir. Sir, paki-share. Yan, sir. Stream ko na, sir. Sir, paki-open yung presentation niyo, sir.
Yan, sir.
Yes, sir. It's ready. There you go, sir.
Okay na?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Ito yung first activity na sinasabi ko kanina, sir. Hindi natin nakita sa slide. So, parang wala pa rin.
Meron, sir. Sir, nakikita na. Sir, paki-maximize yung screen ng presentation nyo. Maximize, sir.
Yan, naka-maximize na.
Okay.
Okay, yan. Nakita ko na sa screen. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. So yung activity, yan po yung activity na sinasabi ko po ngayon. So ito po yung picture ng isang adolescent. Siguro may mga kilala kayong ganyan magsuot, ganyan ang itsura. At marahil po ay estudyante ninyo. Pero alam niyo po, ang adolescent na ito ay ang lagi po niyang iniisip ay meron po siyang ganitong sinasabi o iniisip. Sabi niya, I need to belong to my family, my peer group, my culture. Ito yung time na ito yung time na very crucial, pero time na very exciting din sa kanila. Ito yung time na nagkakaroon na rin sila ng identity formation. Sabi sa isang banda, ito din yung iniisip nila, I need to be different from my family, my peer group, my culture. At ito, sabi nila, who am I? Sino nga ba ako? Ang mga kabataan ngayon sa panahon natin ay meron pong ABC tapos me. A ay ito'y tumutukoy po sa acceptance. So, ang youth natin, ang mga adolescents natin, kailangan po nila ng acceptance. B, kailangan din po nila ng belonging. C, kailangan po nila ng control. At ito yung isa, yung me, ME. Kailangan po nila ng existence. Ano yung M? Mutual existence. Kailangan po nila yon, yung mga kabataan natin. So ito yung time na they have strong drive for independence and an equally strong drive to be accepted by peers, families, and society. This is the last stage in their movement toward independence. If all of the building blocks of healthy development have been put into place, this stage can be exciting and joyful. If trust has not been established, teens won't feel safe coming to adults for advice and information. They are in the process of figuring out who they are, separate from their families and friends. But they also have a powerful need to belong. They need to feel a sense of belongingness in their families, their community, in their school, and with their peers. It is a confusing time, wanting both to separate and to belong. Adolescents. Ang adolescents ay focus po sila they are focused on establishing their own unique identity. It is a critical time for them to identity formation when a teen is developing their identity, they are learning what makes them unique while also feeling the need to fit it. For teens who feel excluded from others due to cultural, ethnic, gender, or sexual identity, this process can lead teens to begin participating in harmful behavior. So, hayaan natin na i-discover nila yung identity nila, self-identity ng mga kabataang ito. Dati kasi, di ba, tayo yung pumipili ng mga damit na gusto nilang isuot, tayo yung pumipili ng mga pagkain na pwede nilang isuot, pagkain na pwede nilang kainin nung mga bata pa sila. Pero this time, hayaan natin na sila yung mag-discover ng sarili nilang identity. Lalo na sa pananamit nila, kung mapapansin niyo yung pananamit nila, di ba, iba. Kung ano yung nakita nila sa social media, di ba, ganun din ang ginagawa nila. Bumibili din sila. One time po yung anak ko, nagulat na lang ako na meron pong meron pong delivery galing po sa JNT. Parang delivery courier partner yata yun ng Lazada. Nagulat ako dahil tinawag yung pangalan ko. Ano yan? Sabi ko gano'n, delivery po. Pwede po kay Sir Frederick Bello. Ay, opo, ako po yun. Ano po yan? Tinignan ko, delivery, blouse. Hindi ko naman, bakit blouse? Hindi naman ako, wala naman akong order na blouse yung time na yon. Yung pala, blouse pala ng aking pong anak. Dahil nung time na bago mag-pandemic na, pansin ko na ang tagal niyang lumabas sa kwarto at umiiyak siya. Sabi niya, bakit ang tagal mong lumabas sa kwarto? Tanong ko sa kanya, daddy, wala akong damit. Sabi niya ganun. So nung nag-pandemic, sabi ko sa kanya, dami mo ng damit dyan sa loob ng aparador mo, bakit kailangan mo pag bumili? Daddy, wala akong damit. Sabi niya ganun. So nung nag-pandemic po, lagi po yung di ba, uso po yung mag-order ka through online. So siya po, ang ginawa po niyan, order ng order. Yung pangalawa ko naman po anak, cellphone casing naman po yung kanyang trip. So, tapos, after po nun, siguro nakita niya yung cellphone case na maganda, kaya siguro nag-order na rin siya. Sabi niya, daddy, mas mura naman ito. Pero ang napansin ko dito sa mga batang ito, yung gusto nila, kung ano yung nakita nila, kung ano yung mga bagay na nakikita nila sa social media, ginagawa nila. Gusto din nila silang magkaroon ng ganon. Yung panganay ko pong anak, fan po siya ng K-pop. At minsan may mga music po ng Korean, K-pop na tinutugtog. Sabi ko na ano mo ba yan, na Naintindihan mo ba yan? Oo, daddy, naintindihan ko. So, identity. So, may mga next is paired relationship. Ang adolescents ay yung pair relationships nila are very influential to adolescents. During this time, when young people are developing autonomy from their parents, peers become a significant source of social and emotional support. The attitude of adolescent friends can be both positive and negative. So napaka-influential yung influence ng kanilang mga peers, kanilang mga kaibigan. Ito yung time na gusto na nilang karoon ng autonomy. Magsarili na sila. So nakakatakot din minsan sa mga parents. Hindi natin alam kung ano yung klaseng peer yung mga kasama ng ating mga anak minsan. Independence. Ang adolescents meron po silang strong drive for independence. Just as it was when they were toddlers and preschoolers. As young children, they practiced their skills in independence when they tied their own shoes, choose their own clothes, enrolled pay. Now, they are putting these skills to use as they were, and they make decisions for their lives and prepare to live successfully in the world beyond their homes. Hayaan natin, hindi na sila bata, hayaan natin yung mga adolescents na sila ay magsarili. Hanapin nila probably yung sarili nila. Hayaan natin. Hindi na sila mga bata, hindi kagaya na dati na 'di ba tayong mga magulang ang nasusunod. Hayaan na natin. So, ano pa? Risk-taking refers to tendency to engage in activities that have the potential to be harmful or dangerous. Okay, why do adolescents engage in more risk-taking behavior? With an immature prefrontal cortex, even if teens understand that something is dangerous, they may still engage in risky behavior. Ano tong mga common na risky behavior na ito? Sexual activity, sexting and other risky use of social media, tobacco smoking, alcohol use, drinking, illegal substance use, dangerous driving, illegal activities like trespassing or vandalism, fighting. Lalo na ngayon sa panahon natin COVID-19 dahil sa pandemic, 'di ba? So minsan lumalabas sila kasi ang alam nila ay hindi naman sila ma-infect ng COVID-19 virus na ito. So kahit na napaka-risky ang lumabas, ginagawa pa rin nila yung bagay na yon. So what is happening in the brain? Ito yung nasa kaliwa po ay brain ng isang bata, bagong panganak. At yung nasa gitna, ito po ay brain ng isang 6 years old na bata. At yung nasa kanan ay brain po ng isang 14 years old na adolescents. Ayan. Between birth and the end of the preschool period, the connection among neurons increase tremendously. So yung at birth, hindi pa masyadong marami po yung connection ng neurons sa kanyang utak. And these networks made it possible for children to learn virtually anything, such as any language in the world. At nung 4 years old na sila, mapapansin po ninyo, meron po akong nabasa na yung pag-stop daw, yung pag-increase ng brain connection ay natatapos or hindi natatapos, yung grabe yung pag-increase ng brain connection nila, yung neurons connection nila during ages 2 to 3 years old. Yan. At nag-i-stop daw yun na at the age of 25. So over time, some of the networks don't get used very much. Just as we prune dead branches from a tree to make other branches stronger, the brain throws away neurons that are not being used. This process makes neural connection more efficient. The remaining connection gets stronger and faster. But we lost the connection we don't use, which explain why it is easier to learn new language in early childhood than it is in adolescent or adults. Sabi nila, ang age daw na ito, yung mga bata ay parang bukas daw na pintuan o bukas daw na bintana. So, madaling pasukin. Maraming mga learnings na pwede nilang ma-absorb. At habang sila ay nagkakaedad, nagiging mature sila, yung bintana daw ay unti-unti naman daw pong nagko-close o nagsasarado. Napansin ko nga po, ako po last month na gusto ko pong matuto ng piano. Napakahirap pong matutunan yung piano. Kahit na magaling po ako, marunong po ako ng basic, pero yung ibang mga techniques sa pagpi-play ng piano hindi ko na po nagagawa. Compare sa anak ko na bata pa lang, natuto na siyang ng mag-play ng piano. Yung anak ko naman, napansin ko sa kanya, mayroon po akong anak na 8 years old. Doon po habang naglalaro po siya ng Roblox, kasama po niya yung kanyang kaklase. Habang naglalaro po sila, nag-uusap po sila ng English. Hindi po naman namin siya tinuruan ng mag-English. So napakabilis po niyang matuto ng English. So kung may mga kaibigan din po siya, may mga pinsan po siya, at nagkita-kita po sila, nag-uusap po sila ng English. Pero hindi na po namin sila tinuruan po ng English. Pero alam niyo po, the pruning process takes place in particular direction throughout the brain. It goes from the back of the brain to frontal of the brain. It takes years before a frontal lobe is fully pruned. In fact, the frontal lobe is not fully developed until we are in the midst of 20s. Meron pong pruning na nangyayari. Kung mapapansin ninyo, yung nasa gitnang picture o larawan, napakarami po niyang connections. Pero pagdating sa 14 years old na yung bata, konti na lang po yung connections na nangyayari. Dahil meron pong pruning na nangyayari. Noong ang bata ay nasa edad 2 o 3 o 6 years old, marami siya kasi mga interest, marami siyang mga gustong gawin sa buhay. Marami siyang mga likes. Pero pagdating dito sa bandang kanan, 14 years old, nagkakaroon po ng pruning, kaya konti po na lang po yung nakikita ninyo diyan na mga connections. At yung isang adolescence, nagkakaroon na lamang po siya ng isang or kaya interest na lang, isang interest. Nagkakaroon na lang siya ng focus na magkaroon na siya ng isang activity na pwede po niyang gawin. Halimbawa, pagpi-play ng musical instrument, yun na lang po yung kanyang interest. Dati gusto niya, aside from pagpi-play ng musical instrument, gusto niya ding matuto ng basketball, mag-drawing, at iba pa. Pero pag laki ng bata, pag na-reach niya yung edad na yan, during adolescent stage, ang nangyayari po, iisa na lang or kukunti na lang yung kanyang interest na gagawin. Frontal lobe, yung kapag ang frontal lobe natin ay is not fully prone until mid-20s, then adolescents' abilities to reason, plan, and predict consequences are not fully developed. Ang frontal lobe po ay siya po yung responsible sa higher cognitive function, logical reasoning, such as logical reasoning, planning, and predicting consequences. Physically, teens look like they are virtually adults, but their brains are not yet able to think things through as an adult would. This is why they seem to act without thinking and do things that are risky. Kagaya po ng kwento ko sa inyo kanina, hindi ko naman po alam na ganun po ang gagawin ng teacher ko sa akin noong time na yon, na papaluin po niya ako. Hindi ko po alam yung consequences po nung ginawa ko. Ang alam ko lang po ay mag-a-absent ako. Hindi po ako magpapas ng project. Pero nangyari na po yun. Meron po akong pagkakamali na nangyari. Kasi hindi ko naman po alam pala yung time na yon na yung consequences ng ginawa ko, yung high school po ako. So adolescents, ito po yung critical time for identity formation. They are very, peer relationship is very influential. Independence is still a strong drive. Engaging in more risk-taking behavior and questioning parents' values and belief. Adolescents have the capacity to reflect on and question everything, just as they asked why, and when they were younger, they are still asking it now. When they were little, they asked, why does the sun shine? Now they ask, why should I go to church? Or why should I go to school? Or why should I dye my hair pink? Ang dami nilang mga questions sa atin, di ba? Ang dami nilang tinatanong. At lalo na kung ikaw ay lumaki sa isang Kristiyanong pamilya, yung tanong na why should I go to church? Di ba? Siyempre, ang belief mo at values mo na every Sunday dapat nagsisimba ang buong pamilya. Umaatin po tayo ng simbahan. At minsan, may mga, siguro na-encounter nyo na ito na, Daddy, Mami, bakit kailangan pa nating magsimba? Di ba pwedeng next Sunday na lang? So, pag ganun siguro, siguro sabi natin, kapag ganun siguro yung question na meron tayo, sabi dito, they are figuring out what they believe, reflecting on the values they have been taught, deciding what makes sense to them. When adults hear these questions as disrespect or defiance, they become angry. Instead of discussing ideas with teens, they punish them for asking questions. When this happens, fantastic opportunities have been lost for adults to listen, guide, and show respect for their teens' intelligence. Sayang yung pagkakataon. Kung nagtanong sana sila, edi tama din dapat yung answer na sagot natin sa kanila. I-relate ko na lang po to sa anak ko na lagi nagtatanong. Minsan may kinausap po ako, lagi sabi niya, Daddy, bakit mo siya kinausap? May tinanong lang ako, Daddy, bakit ano yung tinanong mo? Tinanong ko lang kung kasi nagtanong siya sa akin kung kailan daw magpipintura sa bahay. Sabi ko, wala pang available na time. So sabi ko gano'n. So bakit walang time? So dami niyang mga question, hindi maubos-ubos po yung tanong minsan. And on the top of all that, reaching sexual maturity. Students in this age are struggling for question of sexuality. Intense romantic sexual feeling. Though they feel safe coming to you for wisdom and advice, their knowledge should been built over the years so that they have a better chance of not becoming parents before they really want to school. They need to know how pregnancy happens and how to prevent it. They need to have internalized values that lead them to respect each other, not exploit each other. All of this has been building over the years if we have been aware of the building blocks of development health. Just like every other stage, we need to provide a safe and secure environment for all our students. If and adolescents are also vulnerable to embarrassment, confusion, and humiliation. If punishment, control, and humiliation, this results to resentment, hostility, communication breakdown, and negative attitudes. August 2014, Zimbabwe. When I was in primary school, I feared my mathematics teacher because he was well known for giving beatings to any pupil who did not perform well. His constant beatings did not improve my grades in mathematics, but made me hate the subject and instilled a fear of him that I failed to shake off for the rest of my primary years. Miriam Mufaro, Georgia Word. July 2010, India. A 12-year-old boy hung himself 4 days after being caned by the school principal. He had been humiliated for months by the principal and 3 teachers. Global Post. June 2012, Pakistan. 7 children committed suicide in the last few months due to corporal punishment. The international news. January 2013, Japan. The Osaka City Education Committee is investigating the suicide of a second-year high school student who killed himself after he allegedly suffered frequent corporal punishment at the hands of the team coach. September 2014, Sri Lanka. A 15-year-old student hung herself after being caned and humiliated by the school principal, the Sunday leader. What does the CRC say? The Convention on the Rights of the Child. Let's look Article 14. Ano pong sinasabi po niya? That states parties shall respect the right of the child to freedom of thoughts, conscience, and religion. The key development in adolescence is establishing one's identity. If we support, guide, and respect this process, we can serve as an important safety net for teens who are navigating this stage. Child participation can change the world. Meron pong dalawang larawan po dyan. Yung nasa kaliwa, the image on the left shows a group of students who organized a protest in the US in the 1960s. As you undoubtedly know, children of African descent were not allowed to attend white school in 1960s America. Although they have been freed from slavery, African Americans suffered horrific discrimination. And these children, black and white, organized a protest supporting the civil rights of African American at a time when people were beaten and killed when they advocated for human rights. The image on the right shows a group of children from Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone who are involved in preventing violence against children. They have conducted research on violence against children, called for a ban in all beatings of children, called for the child rights education for all children. These are examples of how adults can work with children to find solutions. Thank you and may God bless you. Sunod. Salamat po sa pagkikinig. Kung may mga questions po kayo mamaya po, magtanong lamang po kayo. Sir Rod.
Okay, so once again, thank you, Sir Frederick Velio, for that very comprehensive discussion on the positive discipline building blocks on the understanding of child development high school years. Thank you so much, sir.
Welcome, sir.
Now, if you have questions for Sir Frederick later, of course, i-reserve po ninyo. Then after our next speaker, doon na po yung ating question and answer portion. Okay, once again, ladies and gentlemen, Sir Frederick Arbelio, a virtual applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Okay, so at this juncture, ladies and gentlemen, before the last session for this morning, let's have first our kidney break for 10 minutes. 10 minutes po. Kidney break. Okay, so it's nice to be back after a short break, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so mag-ready na po tayo for our session 8 or the third session for today's webinar. And of course, to discuss about the positive discipline building blocks, understanding individual differences, about temperament, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to present to you once again the Principal 4 of Umingan Central Elementary School, Sir Romel O. Casabar. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Okay na ba
Sir.
ang video natin?
Yes, sir. Kindly turn on your video, sir. Sir, wag niyong i-off yung camera.
Naka-on na.
Yes, sir.
Yung slide ko nga eh. Akin na rin? Nakikita
Yes,
na?
sir. Ready to stream, sir.
Ayan na siya.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning once again. Sabi nga ni Sir Rod, it's nice to be back. Parang kwan lang, Terminator. It's nice to be back and share something about positive discipline. Once again, good morning everyone. At based sa mga discussions ng mga first and the second speaker, we have learned about the psychology, developmental psychology of children from early childhood or from infancy to childhood to adolescence, and these things made us remember the concepts that we have learned before, because I believe the things being discussed here were already discussed before in our previous seminars or in our past studies in college, in postgraduate studies. Natalakay na ang mga ito. And then nakalimutan ng natin for some other time, and it's now we are being reminded of these concepts. So, to continue, let us study the other aspect of human personality, which is something to do with the temperament. Because in this session, we are going to study this, title of this session is Understanding Child Development, or referring to temperament. At kapag sinabi nating temperament, kung sa Tagalog, ito yung ata yung katumbas niya ay ugali o kaya ay pag-uugali. Tingnan natin kung ano ang ugali at o kaya ay pag-uugali ng bawat isa sa atin. Katapos natin ng break, I hope you are ready in your place. At hulaan ko, kasi mayroon tayong kidney break, that means we are going to somewhat stand up and go somewhere else para sa ating personal necessities. Yung iba tumayo, nag-break, hindi man nag-CR, nagtayo-tayo lang, nag-unat-unat. At yung iba siguro ay hindi naman tumayo. They were comfortably sitting and waiting for the break to be finished and the session will resume. Tama po ba ako? Yun lang naman ay hula lang, hula. So, the objectives of this session, ay bakit ayaw gumana? Ayun, objectives. 1, to describe the 7 dimensions of temperament. And number 2, to identify the advantages and challenges of the 7 dimensions of temperament. And the last one, to explain ways of preventing conflict caused by temperamental similarities or differences. Now, before we start, let's agree on these terms of reference, a sort of review about temperament, of course. Number 1, each child has unique personality characteristics that affect the way he or she reacts to his or her experiences. These characteristics make up the child's temperament or behavioral style. So, alam na natin yan. That is already given in our part. We have unique characteristics. Sorry, may ginawa lang. So, ulitin natin, sabi nga natin, yung cliche natin, every child is unique. And this child, ngayon ay naging tayo na. At saka ang ating mga kasama nating teachers. Kasi as sabi nga ni, sino yan? Si Gary Valenciano, the warrior is a child. Kumbaga, or rather was a child, naging bata. So the PSDS, the school head was a child. At the same time, the teachers was or were children before. Next one, a child's temperament is inborn. It cannot be changed. So, it's inborn pala ito. Yung pag-uugali natin is somewhat inborn. And sinabi pa dito, it cannot be changed. So, if it cannot be changed, then we will just accept them as they are. And then, anong gagawin natin? We'll just do adjustment about them because they cannot be changed. But they can be managed. Number one, children can have very different temperament that can greatly affect how they respond to school. Ayun. Now, every teacher has dream class. Ang gusto natin, mga pupils natin are attentive, they are listening, they are following instruction. But that is just a dream. Hindi mangyayari yan sa classroom. Not all of them. Meron at meron dyan magiging pasaway. The exact opposite of your dream class, yun ang meron doon. So, basically, ang classes natin is are combination of the different types of children. And sabi dito, there is no good or bad temperament, just different ones. Normally, we term those pupils or students na pasaway na bad kind of attitude. But according to this, it's not bad or good. Kasi nga, it's inborn. It's not their own choice. Pinanganak na silang ganon. So it's neither good nor bad. They're just different ones. So these are the terms of reference for temperament. It is inborn. It cannot be changed. So we should not label them as good or bad. We just accept them and we should do adjustments about them. And what are these 7 dimensions of temperament? Ano-ano yung mga iba't ibang pag-uugali ng mga bata natin? And the same time, mga pag-uugali rin ng mga teachers natin at mga pag-uugali din ng mga school heads at ng mga PSDSS and even our superiors. So 1, the activity level. Anong sinasabi dito? Sinasabi dito that some children are highly active. They wanting to run, they want to jump, they want to climb most of the time. Familiar na kayo dito. We were once teachers before at nakita natin itong mga klase ng bata na ito. They hardly ever sit still, even at meal times. The common term na ginagamit natin dito ay kiti-kiti, They seem to be always in motion. Yan, kiti-kiti nga. Other children, on the other hand, other children are inactive. They are quiet, they prefer quiet activities such as looking at books or playing with puzzles for long periods of time. And some other children are in between. Yung very active or what we call the hyperactive and then the quiet one. So this is one dimension of temperament. And what is the implication of this with regard to our teaching practices in the classroom? So if this is the case, we should have a paradigm shift. Anong paradigm shift natin? Because what is our ideals of a healthy classroom? Ano ba ang definition natin ng healthy classroom? The old one, o hanggang ngayon, maybe this is the concept, ang healthy classroom ay the pupils are silent, they are not noisy, they are following the teacher's instructions, they are doing the work and no interruptions. Yun ang concept natin ng sorry. That is our concept of a healthy classroom. But based on this, it is not fair for the hyperactive or the active pupils or students. Kasi it's part of their nature na talagang gumalaw. So what should we do? We need to have a paradigm shift. Ibahin natin. But the teachers are somewhat hesitant to do that, even though they do that, because sometimes, yun ang konsepto natin. When we try to observe them, di ba, may classroom observation, if the concept of the school head or the PSDS is that a healthy classroom is like this, dapat tahimik, walang gagalaw-galaw na bata dyan, then the teachers will be forced to implement that in their classroom. And this kind of concept is not in conformity with the 7 dimensions or with the principle of positive discipline as regard this temperament. So ano ang dapat natin gawin? So we should adjust our concept on healthy classroom. Sabi nga natin, school policies and school regulations should conform to the nature of the child. And what is the nature of the child? There are children who are really highly active, and you cannot change that. You can only manage that. So what am I trying to say this in here? So let us change our concept in the concept on the healthy classroom setting, especially doon dati sa face-to-face. In a virtual meeting, mag-adjust na rin kayo. Kung meron kayong virtual classes or mayroong online classes. Pero meron tayong guidelines, sabihin natin doon sa ating RPMS, doon sa IPCRF ng teachers. I'm not familiar with the new one. Ang alam ko yung old na RPCRF, something to do with classroom management on classroom discipline of pupils. Ano ng indicator yon? Indicator number 5. It says there, manages learner behavior constructively by applying positive and non-violent discipline. Ito yung pinag-aralan natin. Positive discipline to ensure learning focused environment. Ano ba ang sinasabi doon? Kasi sinasabi ba doon na hindi dapat you will get a low score or the teacher will get a low score if the pupils are moving around or they are doing things not on their seats, not on their proper seats? Ganun ba ang sinasabi? Ang sinasabi lang naman doon that there should be no instructional time that will be used by the teachers to implement discipline. Kumbaga, walang time doon na masasayang dahil ginamit ng teacher sa pagpapaupo o pagpapatahimik sa mga bata. So yun ang sinasabi doon. Yun ang requirement ng RPMS. But the question is it possible that we can allow these highly active pupils to stand, to go around? Kasi kailangan nila, it's their nature. Kasi they are highly active. Kumbaga, mayroon sa katawan nila that is compelling them to stand, to move, to do things. Kasi mahirap sa kanila to hold themselves na nasa upuan lang at hindi gumagalaw. Pwede ba nating gawin yon while maintaining or to the requirement of the IPCRF na sinasabi doon na no instructional time will be used to impose discipline on the children? Sa palagay ko, pwede naman yan. There are strategies that we can employ so that mapagbigyan natin yung nature ng highly active students natin. At the same time, we can adhere to the requirements of the IPCRF as regards to classroom management. For example, pwede naman, I believe, na pwede naman na nakatayo yung bata, kumikilos ng bata, at the same time, he is listening. He is listening to the teacher. One time, when I was still a practice teacher, I experienced this. There is one pupil there, galaw ng galaw, pero siguro dahil kakulitan, and the teacher, the practice teacher was under observation, hindi na lang pinansin. Diba sa practice teaching noon, nakaupo kayo sa likod. Kaming nakaupo sa likod, in support to the one teaching, nakasama naming practice teacher, sinasabihan namin yung bata. Sabi namin, tumigil ka. Tumahimik ka. Sinasabi namin ganon. Pero that child said, I'm listening, sir. Alam ko ang sinasabi ng teacher, sabi niya. At first, hindi namin pinaniwalaan. But then, when the teacher asked question, siya ang nagtaas ng kamay. At he was able to answer the question. At sabi sa amin, tingnan niyo sir, sabi ko sa inyo, nakikinig ako eh. So it's possible that these highly active pupils, even though they are moving around, they are still listening. But, ang titingnan na lang natin is dapat hindi sila makaistorbo sa katabi nila. Ito yung dapat na inform or mayroon dapat agreement ang teacher at ng student na pwede siyang at times kailangan niyang tumayo para mapagbigyan ang kanyang sarili, pero in the condition that he will not cause distraction on the other pupils. Pwede yon na may sakatuparan if there is warmth, mayroong good relationship ang teachers, and if structures are given. Another possible thing, pwede mong gawin yung pupil para mabigyan na makatayo, then give them extra activities wherein they need to stand up para hindi sila mabore sa kaupo. Pwede mong gawin silang resource manager o yung tagakuha ng mga materials. In that way, na ibibigay yung hinihingi ng pangangatawan nila na sila ay tumayo. Or another one, you can give activities. You can think of activities wherein action is needed para sila ay makagalaw. Those are the possibilities na pwede natin gawin so that we can cater to the needs of the highly active pupils. That is about this activity level.
Sir Romel? Sir Romel?
Yes, sir.
Sir, kindly turn on your camera, sir. Open your camera, sir.
Parang kwan na lang. I-off ko na lang yung camera. Anyway, meron naman yung kwan natin. Saka na lang. Ano?
Okay, sir.
Let's move on. Another one is the regularity. Some children have predictable rhythms. They get hungry at regular intervals and wake up, fall asleep, and go to bathroom around the same time each day. Other children have changing rhythms. They might be very hungry at noon one day and not at all hungry at the noon the next day. They might wake up very early on Monday, but sleep late on Tuesday. Other children have rhythms that fail somewhere or that fall somewhere in between. So that's regularity. Meron palang ganon, ano? And again, alam natin, may steady rhythm, yung pagkain ng yung bata, yung ibang bata naman na bago-bago, ang kanilang sleep, ang kanilang eating rhythm sa araw-araw. Now, what is the implication of this in the daily teaching? Ang kwan natin kasi we are following class program and doon specified yung time for snacks, AM and PM. And sometimes there are teachers that they are really following that. They are prohibiting children to eat when it's not snack time. Kasi nga sa kanila nakaka-disturb sa kanilang pagtuturo or sa klase. But this type of policy is again not favorable or unfair for those children who have this unstable rhythm. Hindi steady ang rhythm nila. Kasi another purpose of this class program, sinasabi natin, is to train them to have this regular schedule. But there are really pupils who cannot conform to that schedule. Ay sabi nga natin, pabago-bago yung schedule nila. So, yung policy na ganun, sabi natin, is somewhat unfair to them. So what can we do? Pwede naman siguro natin na pagbigyan silang kumain. Anyway, food, sabi nga natin, is basic rights, a basic right of children. Pag gutom sila, kailangan nilang kumain. But siguro, let us make sure, o sa mga teachers natin, let them be sure na yung pag-aaral nila, yung pakikinig nila, or their other classmate will not be distracted. They can do it in such a way that the instructional time will not be disturbed. So yun yung pwede nating gawin doon. Pwede naman nating pakiusapan because as we are experiencing and we are doing, we can eat while we are eating and yet we are following or we are processing the information being given to us. Another type of temperament is response to new situations. Sinasabi natin dito, response to new situations, some children approach new situations in different ways. They smile at strangers, walk up to new groups of children and join in their play, easily make new friends, like to try new foods, and enjoy going to new places. Other children withdraw from their new situations. They move away from strangers, take a long time to join new groups, spit out the new food, and hesitate or avoid going to new places. Other children's responses to new situations fall somewhere in between. Nasa pagitan na lang yan. And again, what is the implication of this one in the daily classroom of teachers? Alam natin ito, ano? So other children cannot adjust readily and immediately to new changes, to new situations, to new people. Napapansin natin yan. Even sa ating mga anak. Di ba? Yung mga may anak sa atin, napansin natin na kahit anak natin sila, parehas ang tatay at nanay, siyempre yan naman, ano, parehas ang kinalikihang environment, but you can notice the difference in attitude or temperament. Sabi yung isa nga, for example, yung anak ko ngang lalaki is a shy type 1, takot sa stranger, ni halos ayaw niyang bumati o makipag-usap sa mga tao. Maski nga sa teachers niya, nahihiya pang magsabi ng good morning. Ganon ka shy type yung isa kong anak ni lalaki. But yung kapatid naman niya is the complete opposite. Kumbaga, most friendly. Lahat ng mga tao na nakita niya, kahit hindi niya kakilala, dumadaan lang sa kalsada, hinahay niya. Kahit adults ay kaibigan niya. Yung kapitbahay na naming adults ay kaibigan niya. Ganun naman siya ka-friendly. So, ito yung setup natin. Temperament ng children. Now, sabi ko natin, what is the implication of this in the classroom setting? With the K-12 before, no, sa face-to-face, pasensya na kayo dahil ang babanggit kong example ay noong face-to-face pa. Kasi when it comes to new normal, hindi natin alam yung iba-ibang guidelines on how are we going to implement the face-to-face learning. So ang point of reference lang muna natin at this point ay yung dati, yung old normal natin na face-to-face learning wherein we can apply the principles of the child development as regards temperament. In the K-12 methodology, di ba sabi natin constructivism, yung methodology natin. And in constructivism, we teachers are somewhat required to have these group activities. And because of this, from time to time, wala ata ko. Wait ko, saan tayo natigil? Sa constructivism, from time to time, teachers are giving group activities. And again, sumasama na rin doon, pabago-bago yung members ng mga groups natin. If this is the case, this is somewhat disadvantageous on the part of the pupils who cannot adjust easily, who are uncomfortable of meeting new people. So ano ang mga gawa natin sa kanila? We can employ strategies. Pwede natin gawin nating less frequent ang pag-change ng mga groupings. Or if we cannot do that, kinakailangan talagang mag-change ng members ang bawat group, then we can give them support. Paano natin gagawin? Kung mag-change ng group, make it sure na doon sa group na pupuntahan niya, may kasama siya na dati niyang kagrupo. So that the change will not be abrupt. So that these children, their shy type, can still adjust to new situations and they can still participate. Because it's really uncomfortable for them kapag laging bago ang kanilang kasalamuha, then their cooperation or their participation in the activities will be negatively affected. But when it comes to new normal, pwede natin tignan din ito because these friendly people, these are the ones who will have a tendency to interact or mingle with other people. At kapag sa new normal, siyempre we are observing safety protocols. Hindi tawag natin na social distancing. Kaya tignan natin sila. Kasi sociable sila, there's a tendency for them na not to maintain this social distancing. For the shy type, wala sigurong problema. They are used to that. Andun lang sila, kahit malayo sa ibang tao, okay lang. But when it comes to this sociable children, yan ang problema natin. So, yun ang isang i-consider natin when it comes to new normal. Next is adaptability to new routines. And it says here that some children adjust quickly to new routines, places, people, and foods. It might only take a day or two for them to adjust to new schedule, living in a new house or going to a new school. Other children adjust slowly. It might take months for them to make friends in a new neighborhood, feel uncomfortable in a new school, or follow a new schedule. Other children's adaptability falls somewhere in between. So, may mga adaptable children at may mga they are slow in adapting to new situations. So, implications natin, this concerns yung mga transferees natin minsan. Let's give them time, let's give them the needed support so that they can adjust easily in the classrooms. And also, sometimes teachers used to change classroom routines. Titignan din niya ito. I-consider din niya if ever there's a change of routine in the classroom, i-consider ng teacher ito, the adaptability of the other children na hindi agad makaka-adjust sa routines. And for sure, they cannot follow the instructions immediately. So, magkakaroon dapat ng pataan ang mga teachers dito. Another dimension is the distractibility. Sinasabi dito, focuses on one activity for a long time and the others notices everything, shifts attention open. For this kind of children who are easily distracted, they move from one thing to the next, depending on what they happen to see or hear that moment. It takes a long time for them to finish tasks because their attention is constantly being drawn in different directions. But they are sad or disappointed, it is easy to shift their attention to something else and change their mood. So, yun naman ang positive side. They are easily distracted, but when it comes to changing of moods and attitude, madali lang. Ito yung klase ng umiiyak, pagkatapos may sinabi ka lang, tatawa na ulit. On the other hand, other children are not easily distracted. They will sit and read for long periods of time. And when they are hungry or sad, it's not easy to shift their attention. So makikita natin, there are pros and cons. Minsan, not easily distracted, kahit anong tagal na yung activity, still paying attention to you. But the negative side of this, if they are hungry, if they are sad, it's difficult to comfort them. If they are hungry, you need to feed them right away. So that's the distractibility. Now, implication in the classroom. Sometimes there are practices to make the classroom to be lively and to make the pupils active. Teachers are using music, di ba? Minsan, lalo na pag may observation, may mga music yan para pampaganda ng vibes, pampaganda ng mood. But then, sometimes there are activities wherein these children who are easily distracted are distracted by the noise of the music. For example, if the activity needs silence, for example, a writing activity, there are children that cannot write if they are hearing things, if there is noise, even music that is considered noise sa kanila. They cannot concentrate. Nasabi ko to, I am also this type of person. When I am studying or I am thinking of something, I am easily distracted. When I am doing, when I am learning, when I am working, I want my working place to be completely silent. Kasi pag may narinig akong music, may narinig akong ingay, I am easily distracted. But there are also children, anong tawag nila doon, yung kahit iba't ibang ginagawa, nakikinig sa music, nakikinig pa sa TV, but still they can work. Ang sabi nila, it inspires them. So there's conflict there. So if you are the teacher, or rather, if the teacher is in place in that kind of situation with these different types of children or student, paano niya ibabalance ito? Ano ang gagawin niya? Yun ang dapat natin natignan din sa loob ng classroom. Hindi laging, for example, writing activity. May mga bata para loon na easily distracted. Kailangan pang magpa-music. If I am the teacher, siguro hindi na lang ako magpapa-music doon. Better na silent na lang. Paano kung may gustong mag-music? Kung may earphone siya, social, may earphone siya, may sarili siyang gadget, pwede siyang mag-music. In that way, the pupils who are easily distracted will not be distracted. Or, kung kokonti lang naman yung easily distracted, at mas marami yung gusto ng may music, then pwede naman siguro that you can ask or request or give permission for these pupils who don't want music na pumunta in a place, but be sure that this place is within the sight of the teacher at doon siya gumawa. Ganun lang. I'm just citing possibilities na pwede natin gawin so that we can address the needs of these children. Remember, in giving of warmth, we need to be sensitive to the academic needs of our children. Another type is persistence. Some children lose interest in activities quickly. Others, they stick with activities until they are finished. Some children are very persistent, sticking with the challenging task until it is done, no matter how long it is or how hard it is. Tuloy at tuloy pa rin, ano. They have a goal in mind and they will keep going until they achieve it. They don't give up in the face of failure. But the negative side naman ito, it is not easy to convince them to stop doing things that they want to do. Mahirap naman silang sawayin. If they want something, they will do it. And it's difficult for you to stop them. And on the other hand, other children are less persistent. If they fall, they will stop climbing. If they don't succeed in solving a puzzle quickly, they lose interest. Pero on the positive side, it is easy to convince them to stop doing things that we don't want them to do. Yung ibang bata nasa pagitan na ng dalawang extremes na ito. And again, what is the implication in the classroom? It has something to do with giving of tasks to the children. Ano? So to give consideration to the children who lose interest quickly, then we should not be giving long tasks and difficult tasks to this type of children. E paano pag hindi maiwasan, yung activity talaga ay mahaba? Pwede naman sigurong gawan ng teacher to break those activities or tasks in shorter terms. Ganun pa rin, mahaba pa rin, pero make it a way na putol-putulin in segments so that there is a feeling of mapapaliit yung task, a feeling of accomplishment before that those children will go to another activity hanggang matapos nila yung activity na yon. So that can be done. Or another one, pwede rin siguro because here in also the K-12 curriculum, we also have this methodology or strategy, yung tinatawag natin na differentiated instruction. In differentiated instruction, we are giving children freedom of choice in doing activities or performance tasks based on their abilities, based on their learning styles, based on their multiple intelligences. Can you still remember the multiple intelligences? For a particular competency, we can create activities that will measure those competency but in different ways. Diba? We can differentiate yung tinatawag natin na products. For example, a competency, pwede niyang gumawa ng poem, pwede siyang magsulat, pwede siyang mag-drawing, something like that. So we can give options for them na so that they can choose tasks or activities suited to their own temperament. And the last dimension of temperament is intensity. Some children don't show much change in emotions, and others show intense sadness, anger, and happiness. Now, some children have very intense responses to events and situations. If they have difficulty with a puzzle, they will yell and throw the pieces. Parang nakita kayong batang ganon. Walang tiyaga. They show intense anger and sadness. But they also show intense happiness. Kung malungkot, napakalungkot. Pero kapag masaya, sobrang saya. Ito yung mga tipo ng bata during the activities na kapag natuwa sila, sumisigaw, pumapalakpak, tumatalon. And sometimes we regard them as parang OA na. But it's really their nature. They are not overacting. And ang maganda sa kanila dito, nakikita natin kung ano talaga ang nararamdaman nila. But on the opposite, other children have subdued reactions. Hindi naman showy ang kanilang emotions. When they are sad inside, they cry quietly. When they are happy, they smile quietly. And because of that, it's difficult to know how these children are feeling. Hindi mo alam kung ano nararamdaman nila. So we have this different intensity of feeling. For example, someone is saying goodbye, parang pupunta sa abroad ang kamag-anak. Makikita natin others are crying. But others ay nag-hug lang, shake hands, and nagsabi ng goodbye. Walang emotion na nakikita. But maaari na yung magkaibang tao na yon parehas ang kalungkutan na nadarama. The other one is showy and the other one is not showy. Because we might be misinterpreting persons na akala natin hindi na tayo namimiss o hindi sila natutuwa sa atin. Pero minsan, it does not show on their emotions or on their face or reactions. Kasi nga, iba yung intensity ng feelings sa kanila. It doesn't mean na kapag yung tao ay hindi naka-smile o tumatawa, ay hindi na siya masaya. It doesn't mean also na kapag yung tao ay formal, ay malungkot na siya. Yun ang kahirapan doon, this intensity of feeling natin. And sabi nga natin, itong intensity of feeling ay we should take into consideration. So these are the 7 dimensions of temperament na nakikita natin. And having a knowledge of this will help us adjust or deal with other people as school heads or as instructional leaders. This will also help us to deal with the teachers. Kasi parehas lang naman, yung bata, yung teachers, pare-parehas lang naman yan. They have different temperaments. Sabi nga natin, it is inborn, it does not change. Kasi minsan, for example, may mga teachers na kasama natin na parang, sabi natin, balat sibuyas, sobrang sensitive. May masabi ka lang ng konti, parang nagdaramdam na. And then a feeling natin, we have a feeling of indignation. Parang pakiramdam natin, napaka-uwi naman. Parang ganon. But we should not be treating them, we should not have that kind of opinion towards them kasi it's part of their nature. Ano magagawa nila? Talagang ganon ang nararamdaman nila. Talagang madali silang masaktan. They are really sensitive. So, wag na natin silang kinukutya. But hindi man natin directly na sinasabi sa kanila, but deep inside, yun ang pananaw natin towards them. And that is unfair on their part. Kasi it's inborn. Ipinanganak na silang balat sibuyas. So, nagawin natin, consider their feelings. Sabi nga natin, provide warmth, empathy on someone's feeling. Let's move on. And we have here the match. What is this match? Kailangan natin i-match yung temperament ng teacher sa mga temperament ng kanilang mga estudyante. One of the biggest contributions to conflict is how teachers' temperament fits with their students' temperament. Sometimes similarities help to get along, but sometimes they trigger conflict. So yan, sabi nga natin, yung teacher may sariling temperament, may temperament din ng kanyang estudyante. Pareho sila ng temperament. For example, the teacher is hyperactive or highly active, and the student is also highly active. It can create conflict. Why? Or intense emotion. Pareha silang intense emotion. Highly active, intense pang emotion nila, it can create conflict. Paano? For example, the teacher is easily irritated. Nagalit na siya sa reaction ng kanyang estudyante. And if this student is feeling na he is misjudged, maaari din siyang magpakita ng emotion na naiinis din siya sa teacher. And these emotions are easily shown, or rather, emotions are easily shown on their faces and in their reactions. So kung hindi magkukontrol, especially yung teacher, unang-una, because he is the adult there, a more responsible person, it will create resentment and conflict between the two. So yan yung similarities. Kung yung similarities can create conflict, this is also possible or the same with differences. For example, yung teacher is highly persistent and yung estudyante is not persistent. And because the teacher is highly persistent, ang tendency niya is to give long, difficult tasks. And those students who are less persistent, ang tendency naman nila to get bored and stop doing the activity. And this could be interpreted as misbehavior by the teacher o parang defiance on the order. And if this situation is not dealt with properly, it will result to conflict. So yun, parehas, hindi parehas, can both result to conflict. So anong dapat natin gawin? Now, if we understand the cause of this conflict, then we can better address it. Mas madali natin itong magawan ng paraan or manage. Say for example, sa given situation, the source of conflict is the giving of long, difficult tasks. If the teacher ay nakapakinig sa training na to at saka taken yung concept or yung principle na sinasabi ng temperament, then the teacher will not give long tasks to these less persistent pupils. Gagawa niya ng paraan. And if that happens, then the conflict will be prevented. So yun ang sinasabi natin, that we need to have this matching of the pupil, of the teacher's temperament and the student's temperament so as to have a good learning relationship and avoid conflict. For a given example, alam na natin ito, laging binibigay na example ito during seminars and training, that this teacher who is highly active when she was a child, and in his school, there is this pupil or student who is also highly active, nagtatambli-tambling sa kanyang klase. And definitely, other teachers dislike this student. For them, they considered this student as uncontrollable, pasaway. But this teacher, ang temperament niya is the same with the student, highly active din siya, understands the situation of the child. So ang ginawa niya, he accepted the child, yung student, he made him as his assistant in the class, and they were able to creative ways and active ways in which to work with other students. Naging maganda pa yung kanilang samahan. Meaning, these two, the teacher and the highly active student, are good match. And they work and learn happily ever after. Parang ganun ang nangyari. So there must be a match of the teacher's temperament with the student's temperament. Now, before we move on, let's have these key messages in summary. Ano ang sinasabi natin? Anong gusto nating iparating? Anong gusto nating iwanang ideas tungkol sa temperament? One, inuulit natin, there is no good or bad temperament. They're just different ones. Each child's temperament has advantages and each can create challenges. The advantages can bring real benefits, and the challenges can be managed and channeled constructively. And children gradually learn strategies for managing their temperamental challenges. And this can be done through the support by the giving of warmth and providing structure of the teachers. And they learn these strategies through experience and through the support of others who recognize their temperamental challenges and respond with warmth and structure. And let those supportive others be the school heads and be the instructional leaders. Because as instructional leaders, we are indirectly affecting the learning of the students in the classroom. Although we are not the frontliners, ang sabi nga natin, the battle is really on the battlefield. Yung nga sa frontliners, sa mga teachers. But then, as instructional leaders, we are greatly influencing, we are great factors on the success of the teachers in doing their tasks. If the teachers cannot deliver the necessary services, the necessary support to the students, and they will not achieve the targets, our educational targets or educational goals, then those failures will reflect on us because we are the instructional leaders. So, and what I'm trying to say is that as school heads, we should look into these matters, these concepts, these aspects of this positive discipline, and let us see to it that these are implemented in the classrooms. We should assess our teachers if they have the capability or the knowledge and the skills in implementing these positive discipline approaches or not. And if not, then we have the duty to capacitate them. Or if they are capable, but if they are not implementing this in the classrooms for whatever matter, then we can supervise and monitor them. We can give them the necessary support. Baka kasi kulang lang sa materials or other facilities or other situations. That's why they are not able to implement these things in the classrooms. Then doon natin sila matutulungan. So that, in the end, sabi nga natin, we will become these supportive others who recognize the temperamental challenges of these children and respond with warmth and structure so that they can attain the quality education that we are dreaming of. And for that, thank you very much again for listening at tapos na po ang ating topic. So Rod?
Okay, so thank you so much, Sir Romel. Thank you, sir. Okay, so those are the 7 dimensions of temperament pala. Dami pala, sir. Good. Okay, so that ends our session 6, 7, and 8 with regards to the positive building blocks, okay, understanding child development and the individual differences. And now, of course, let us now come to our Q&A portion. Okay?
Hello, sir. Good morning. Sir Mike. Wala pong sound, Sir June.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So, good morning everyone. Ayan. So, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. And we are now on our second day ng ating training. So, punong-puno po tayo ng kaalaman today. At yan po ay nagsimula kahapon. Ayan. So, we are now come to our Q&A. So kung may mga tanong po tayo, ayan, nandito po ang ating mga speakers to answer your queries and your questions. So pagtutulungan po natin na masagot po yung inyong mga katanungan. Sir Rod, may mga tanong po ba?
Okay, so as of now, sir, wala pa po. Puro thank you, sir.
Puro thank you. Ayan. Ibig sabihin nun, naintindihan ng ating mga participants ang mga diniscuss o tinalakay ng ating mga speakers. Ayan. So sa mga participants po natin, huwag po nating kalimutan na mag-login po doon sa link para sa ating attendance for this morning. And then there will be another attendance sheet for our afternoon session. So, kumpleto na po ba tayo dito, Sir Ron? While waiting for questions.
Yes, sir.
Ayan.
Si Ma'am Bell, sir, hindi makapasok, sir.
Okay.
Naka-data lang po siya.
Sir Ron, ano na siguro yung slide. Ano na
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, so we're waiting for questions po.
Okay, anong sabi dun sa screen? Very interesting topics. I'm learning a lot. Ayan, maraming salamat po. Superb speakers. I would like to congratulate our speakers also. So thank you so much. God bless us all. Okay. Ano yan? Thanks po sa lahat ng speakers natin this morning for the relevant and significant learning through your discussion. So maraming salamat po at meron po tayong natutunan. So ang sa amin lang, what you have learned here from this training or seminar, sana everything will be applied. Okay? Though nasa pandemic po tayo, we are not inside the classroom with our learners, but still, we can use these learnings or we can still apply these learnings during pandemic. So yun po yung inaasahan namin sa inyo. So that will be my challenge to all of us, not only to our teachers who have not only to our teachers but also to our school heads who are here listening to this training, and of course to our PSDSS. Kasi our teachers cannot do it alone, okay, to solve any problem that they may encounter to from our students or from our learners. So kailangan pa rin po ang support ng ating mga school heads, ng ating mga PSDSS. So this you will work as a team. We will work together, and after the training yesterday, meron na po akong natanggap na feedback na kung saan may mga nagsasabi na rin yung kanilang observation related dun sa mga na-discuss nating topics kahapon. Parang lumalabas na yung problema na in reality na meron talagang problema na nai-encounter ng ating mga teachers sa kanilang mga estudyante. And not only that, sad to say, meron din palang problema na nai-encounter ng teacher sa kanyang co-teacher. So, ibig sabihin doon, parang there is existing problem among teachers. So hindi lang mga learners natin kung saan tayo nakakakita ng problema wherein kailangan din nating tumulong na yun naman yung ine-expect ng ating mga learners na makatulong din po tayo. And siguro kailangan din yung action ng ating mga school heads, and our school heads should also know what is really happening inside the school, in the system, or in the organization. Yun po yung pinaka-importante. Or aware tayo kung anong nangyayari sa paligid natin. Not only na aware tayo what is happening among our teachers, hindi lang po doon, but then sa lahat ng aspeto kung saan kabilang sa ating organization. And kung school naman kasi ang pinag-uusapan, our main focus here are our learners. Yun yung pinaka-importante. And one day, nung nagkita po kami ng ating CIP chief, and pinapa-approve ko po itong ating memorandum to have this virtual training or seminar. Nakita niya yung training, and that is all about positive discipline in every teaching. So napakaganda, sabi niya. But may I request also the organization na bumuo ng isang seminar or training kasi maraming apektado sa ating mga learners dulot nitong pandemic because of depression and anxiety. And sad to say, may nababalitaan tayo because of depression and anxiety, may mga nagpapakamatay, nagpapatiwakal na mga learners po natin. And huwag nating sabihin na kahit na pandemic, kahit na wala po tayong face-to-face, na hindi po tayo actual in person na nakikipag-deal po sa ating mga learners, but still, we can do something. Kagaya po ng nasabi natin kahapon, na paano naman natin mararamdaman or makikita o matidiscover na yung bata ay mayroong problema. Well, isa na rito yung nabanggit natin. Kung halimbawa, naobserbahan ni teacher na bakit hindi nagsusumite yung learner ng kanyang module or incomplete na hindi niya nasasagutan lahat yung kanyang module. So dito na tayo mag-iisip. Si teacher dito na rin siya mag-iisip. And ano kayo yung factors? Bakit ganito? Ano yung dahilan? It may be, ang isang factor po yan, inside the school. Pwedeng yung relasyon niya sa kanyang teacher, or ang factor dyan na isa, it may be family o ang kanyang parents. So siguro walang nakikitang support. Isa rin siguro ito sa mga dahilan kung bakit nangyayari sa isang bata o isang learner kung bakit niya hindi nasasagutan. Maaring busy parents, laging busy yung parents, laging wala ang parents sa bahay. So, we must discover this. Dapat alam ito ng teacher, alam ng school. So, hindi yung magre-react tayo na magiging negative sa pagtanggap ng parents or ng bata. Baka meron na siyang pressure na nai-experience or nararamdaman at home. At baka ito ay makadagdag pa kung makarinig pa sa atin o sa teacher yung bata ng hindi magandang salita. So, ito yung dapat nating iwasan. Ito yung dapat nating iwasan. Kanina, when I was listening to the discussion of Sir Romel, sabi ko, dapat maging sensitive tayo sa anumang bagay. Of course, maintindihan natin yung development ng bata. Napaka-importante yan. Yung attitude, yung pag-uugali ng bata. Well, we should also consider some factors. Siguro isa na yan yung environment natin. Kung saan lumaki yung bata, kung anong kinalakyan ng bata. And of course, kung when we say environment, not only the physical aspect of the environment, but then yung mga taong nakakasalamuha ng bata everyday. At kung anong klaseng pagpapakalaki ng mga magulang sa bata. And of course, nandun yung transition. Wherein diniscuss naman kanina ni Ma'am Elena na talagang merong changes, merong pagbabago doon sa transition from the home to school. Parang nagbago yung mga environment nila. Okay? So kung nasa bahay yung bata, of course, ano yung pinapakita ng magulang? Very protective yung magulang. Diba? Pag lumabas yung bata, nandun pa rin yung ugali ng parents na very protective sila sa kanilang anak, na ayaw nilang magalusan, na ayaw nilang mabuli yung mga kanilang anak. So, sa mga nangyayaring ito sa ating mga learners, sa ating mga anak, sabi nga natin kahapon na hindi lang yung mga yung mga tinatalakay po natin dito ay hindi lang po sa school pwedeng i-apply, but we could also apply this to our family, to our children. So balik po tayo sa sinasabi ko kanina na tayo ay maging sensitive. We should be very sensitive enough. Okay? Kung yung bata punit yung damit na pumasok, I think there is something wrong. Diba? Kung yung bata pumasok madungis, I think there is something wrong. Kung yung bata inaantok lagi inside the classroom, I think there is something wrong. Diba? Kung yung bata hindi nagsauli ng module on time, I think there is something wrong. Bakit hindi niya nasagutan lahat? I think there is something wrong. Yun yung titignan natin. That we should be very sensitive enough doon sa mga sitwasyon na nakikita natin, na obserbahan natin sa ating mga learners. Pakiramdaman natin. Pakiramdaman natin. Okay? We know we have our, may mga pakiramdam tayo. Diba? So, lahat ng ikinikilos nila, lahat ng mga, the way they talk, ayan, may mga ano yan eh, may mga pinaghuhugutan yan. Kaya doon natin makikita. Diba? And then, kahapon, actually, habang nagdadrive ako kahapon, na nakikinig ako doon sa discussion ng ating mga speakers kasi pinatawag po kami sa division office for an emergency meeting. So while driving, going to the division office yesterday, I was listening to the lecture of Sir Romel na tawag dito, ano yung diniscuss niya kahapon. Sir Romel, ano na yung diniscuss mo kahapon? Parang nawala ako.
Warmth and structure, sir.
Ha?
Warmth and structure.
Yeah, warm. Yan. Yun yung tumatak sa isipan ko eh. Actually, while driving, kinakausap ko yung sarili ko kahapon. which is dapat na iparamdam natin sa kanila. Though, walang face-to-face, But still, pwede natin iparamdam sa kanila yung warmth natin sa kanila. Di ba? Pwedeng i-chat or i-message yung bata. Halimbawa, hindi niya nasagutan or na-late siya sa pag-submit ng kanyang module para mapakita natin yung concern natin, yung warmth natin sa kanya, pwede nating in-message. Di ba? That's one way of showing our care, our love, our concern, our warmth to our learners. May pagpapahalaga, mahalaga pa rin pala ako kay sir, kay ma'am. Kinukumusta niya ako kung bakit hindi ko nasagot yung aking module. So these are simple situations na pwede natin ipakita, iparamdam sa ating mga learners. So ibig sabihin nun, it's not just yung teacher na magtuturo lang siya in the four corners of the classroom. Na kung natapos na siyang magturo ng 1 plus 1 equals 2, 2 plus 2 equals 4, huwag niyang sabihin na ito na yung end ng kanyang responsibilidad doon sa learners. At may mas mahalaga pa siyang responsibilidad sa learner. It may be inside the classroom, or it may be outside the classroom, or it may be outside the school. So, as educators, as teachers, as guidance, as school heads, huwag nating ipagdamot kung ano yung pwede nating i-extend na tulong sa ating mga learners. Di ba nakakataba ng puso na kung nagkaroon ng alumni, ayan, nabanggit din kahapon, na sasabihin nung naging estudyante mo after 10 years or 20 years at lalapit siya sa'yo, na sasabihin sa'yo, thank you ma'am, thank you sir. Nang dahil sa'yo ay narating ko yung aking dream. Diba? Nakakataba ng puso. Kaya sabi ko, when I was listening to our speakers, nakaka-relate ako. Kasi most of my friends were my students before. Diba? Parang ang saya-saya nung feeling kasi hindi lang sa material na pinapakita nila kasi most of them now nasa abroad na. Alam mo yon na hindi na ako gumagastos pambili ng pabango at sila na yung nagbibigay ng pabango sa akin. Kahit na ilang taon man yan, may supply na ako ng pabango, na ilang taon na hindi ako bumibili ng pabango. You know, parang parang nagtanim ka, okay, at yun yung magandang pakikitungo mo sa kanila, yung magandang trato mo sa kanila before ay parang bumabalik. Kaya yung magandang ginawa mo sa kanila, kung ano yung pinakita mong maganda sa kanila, yun din yung ipapakita, bumabalik. So, sana we are very much sensitive enough para dito sa pinapakita natin sa ating mga nararamdaman. May tanong, sir, you've mentioned that there should be a match. Can a leader have the right to choose? Parang malilit kasi hindi ko mabasa. His learners. Parang lecture ito ni Sir Romel. Sir Romel, ibabato ko yung tanong sa'yo.
right to choose our learners. Alam mo, being school head, may katumbas na tanong din yan eh. Can we as school heads have the right to choose our teachers in the school? Parang gano'n, ano? So I wish meron, ano? We can choose. But then, ang tagot po doon ay in our dreams. Wala po. We have to accept them as they
Yes.
are, especially in public school. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, ma'am, sa match is we need to do adjustment. Kasi we have different temperaments, maybe from the extreme, from left to right. Ang match is going or having adjustment. Pwede na tayo to have a compromise. Mag-a-adjust ka, then a little bit on the pupil, but more so on the teacher. Kasi adult na tayo. Sabi nga ni Sir Belio kanina, yung ating logical reasoning ay well-developed na as compared to the children or yung maliliit na bata. So tayo yung mag-adjust until such time that we can reach a match. Gaya ng sinabi yung example kanina, for example, in the in the persistence, yung teacher ay highly persistent, kaya niyang magtrabaho ng matagal, magbigay siya ng long task. So, tendency niya, magbigay ng long task. But for those less persistent na mga bata, nahihirapan silang gawin. So, paano magkakaroon ng match? Mag-a-adjust ngayon itong teacher. Instead of giving long match doon sa particular pupil na yon, pwede niyang i-chop-chop yung task na yon in such a way na hindi siya magiging mahaba. Pero siya rin, pag pinagdugtong-dugtong, siya rin. Pero meron siyang parang a feeling of accomplishment kapag na-chop-chop yon in activities. So, kapag ganon, magkakaroon ng match. Or, sabi ko nga, as regards naman sa principle of differentiated instruction, pwede naman siyang bigyan ng ibang task, pero the same pa rin ang nami-measure niya o nade-develop niyang competency. Yun po yung tinatawag po natin na match, ma'am. Siguro parang perfect example, ewan ko kung pwedeng sabihin na ito, di ba, nandito na rin lang tayo. Kapag yung malaking tao at yung maliit na tao, pwede pa naman silang magkaroon ng match. Halimbawa, napapansin natin, di ba, pag sa kasal, nagkakaroon pa naman pag here comes kiss the bride, yung mataas, yung maliit, nakaabot din. Nakakapag-kwan din sila, nakakapag-kiss the bride pa rin, malaki man o kaya maliit. Anong ginagawa? Nagkakaroon ng adjustment. So, meron pa rin tinatawag natin na match. At siguro dagdagan ko na rin, sir, sa realization natin dito, kasi nga, ito naman ay 2 days lang naman, and then ang sinasabi natin dito ay yung basic. Actually, sabi ko nga, ito ay parang a form of review. Meron na tayong partial knowledge about this. But then, talagang mahirap din pa rin i-implement. Pero yung isang bagay nga na sinasabi ni Sir kanina, that we should be sensitive sa mga feelings, sa mga reaction ng students natin, malaking bagay na if we practice, parang first step, na kapag there are mistakes, there are misbehavior, ang dapat na tendency natin ay ipigilin muna ang ating pagkainis o pagkagalit. Kasi parang sa atin, parang naka-default na. Kapag may mistakes, automatic parang ang feeling natin ay nagalit na agad tayo, parang sinisisi natin, we treat that as form of defiance. Pero based sa ating mga leksyon, nangyayari ang mga bagay na yon dahil may dahilan. At karamihan sa mga reasons na ito ay out of control yung mga bata. Or in case ng school heads, yung mga teachers, may mga other factors na nandoon. So malaking bagay na kapag meron pagkakataon na ganito, ay i-hold muna natin yung anger natin or yung resentment natin o yung pagkainis. Until such time na laman natin kung ano ba yung dahilan na yon. So yun po yung parang nakita kong realization natin dito sa positive discipline na ito. Kasi parang sinasabi dito na kung nag-a-act man o nag-behave man ng isang batang ganon, may dahilan. Ng dahilan na ito ay pwede pang ugatin nung bago pa siya ipinanganak. Kumbaga, yung mga bata ay product ng maraming mga factors. Sabi ko nga, karamihan sa mga ito ay hindi naman niya control at hindi niya kagustuhan. Kumbaga, dito siya napalaki. So, ang kailangan natin ay intindihin ang mga bata. Actually, sir, habang tinitingnan ko rin yung mga lesson, ay parang feeling guilty rin ako. Kung babalikan ko nung ako ay classroom teacher pa, talagang parang sundalong style. Ang nasa utak ko lang talaga noon is about learning. Ang importante ay talagang ma-achieve yung competency. Yung required or expected competency sa mga bata ay kailangang ma-achieve. So, ang iniisip ko lang ay yung mga factors, yung mga strategies wherein maaabot yon. Pero nakalimutan ko that these are people, these are persons na may kanya-kanyang feeling, may kanya-kanyang temperament, maraming bagay pala na mangyayari. So kung may babalik ko lang ang panahon, siguro hindi ko nasasabihin sa bata na you better go out or you better go home and plant kamote. Parang ganun, sir. Yun ang realization. Siguro as school head, ito naman yung kailangan kong make sure that the teachers in our school ay hindi na maulit pa yon. That the teachers will become more friendly, more sensitive to the needs, to the nature ng kanilang mga estudyante. Siguro in preparation na rin sa face-to-face. It's good na parang kon pa ngayon, di ba? Parang distance learning, then may time pa tayo na makapagmuni-muni, makapag-isip-isip, at kapag face-to-face na, doon na natin may papakita yung welcome natin sa kanila, the warmth. We can provide the necessary warmth, and then yung structure na sinasabi natin.
Ayan. So, tama. Very well said, Sir Romel. Talagang we are preparing now ourselves, lalo na sa mga teachers natin. Pwede na tayo sa face-to-face, ay maganda na yung pag-welcome natin sa ating mga learners, di ba? Kasi sabi ko nga kahapon, parang yung mga dinidiscuss natin dito is a wake-up call. Parang napag-aaralan din natin yung ating mga sarili. Kasi sabi nga ni Sir Romel, when he was a teacher, parang guilty siya na ang alam lang po niya noon ay para maibahagi lang kung ano yung competency at kung ano yung matutunan ng bata. But deeper on but beyond that, meron pang mas malalim na pwede nating ibigay sa ating mga learners. Ayan. So there is another question here. So siguro pwedeng sumagot ang ating mga speakers. Thank you po for the very informative topics. Sabi ni Ma'am Rosabel, isang mito, ask ko lang po, what is the best strategy sa mga learners na ayaw nang mag-answer ng module dahil pagod na raw sila.
Okay, siguro.
Parang alam ko yung pinapatungkulan niya, Sarah.
Okay. So for younger learners, siguro, we can, since we're in the new normal and the kids are just at home, I think it's a good idea if we establish routines in the house. Not imagine na lang natin na nasa school sila. So every day we can wake them up in the morning. So para at least medyo maganahan sila. Hindi yung alam nila yung time na for lessons, time for modules. At you should have a time for that. Kasi minsan, pag nasa bahay kasi tayo, we have other things in mind. Kailangan kong magluto, kailangan kong ganito. Hindi natin na namamalayan yung anak natin andun. So, if we teach them the right, siguro proper time management. Kasi hindi rin natin maiwasan na late. Minsan yung module hindi nakakarating kaagad kasi nga may lockdown or something. Kasi nga itong mga bata na to, they can do everything at the same time. You have to set time intervals between the modules. Okay? Kasi nga, yung brain nga nila, di ba, very simple, very basic. Kaya hindi nila kaagad magagawa yan. Talagang mapapagod ang bata kapag biglaan yung ibibigay ang module. Okay. So that's what I try to do with my daughter. Especially I don't spend most of my time with her. Mag-isa niya lang actually. With her online classes, may mga schedule din yung mga classes niya. So at least namo-monitor ko sila at least alam nila that time they have to do their module. And eventually, you know, sasagutin din nila yan kasi alam nila kailangan nilang sagutan. And at the end, syempre there's always feedback from the teachers. And so at least alam nila kung how their their daughter is doing or how their son's doing. And yun, it's very challenging. And pero kaya naman natin yan if we look at it to the kung hindi tayo masyadong negative, talagang magagawa naman natin ang paraan yan kung gusto talaga nating matuto ang ating mga estudyante.
Okay.
Anything? Okay. So yun lang po.
Talagang may napapagod. Kaya nga, yeah,
Meron sa
yeah.
Meron
Yun yung
Napagod na raw sila.
na feedback from the field. Talagang, kasi nga, how many learning areas? Diba? Kung ilang subject yan, tapos kung ilang pages yan, tapos kung wala pang mag-guide sa kanila. So, what do we expect na mangyayari? So, hindi
Okay.
talaga nila masasagutan. Lalo't yung unang module natin, umaabot ng 30 to 32 pages sa isang learning area. Diba? So, napakarami yun. That's why, nung medyo hindi na po makapag-download ang ating central office or ng ating regional office ng mga modules, kaya gumawa ng inisyatibo ang ating division office to simplify yung module na gagamitin ng ating learners. So we limit the pages to 10 pages or to 12 pages para sa gayon naman ay hindi naman tamarin sa dami-dami ng activities, sa dami-dami ng mga pa-assignment, and then dumadagdag pa yan yung performance task, yung gagawin ng mga bata. So, siguro tama yung sinabi ni Ma'am Elena, yung proper na pag-manage lang po ng time natin. And malaki yung magiging participation ng parent doon sa bata. Oo. Sana wag tayong mag-give up na kung sabihin man ng bata na pagod na siya, ayoko nang sumagot ng module. Sana meron pa rin tayong magawang paraan. Siguro we could talk to the parents. Ano ba yung ginagawa ng parents to convince, to motivate, encourage the child para at least man lang ay anyway, meron naman tayong kung halimbawa di man masagot ng bata, hindi naman natin minamadali yung mga bata para ibalik yung kanilang modules. Meron namang time. So, we should also give consideration to our learners para masagutan nila yung kanilang modules. Diba? So, lahat naman yata nagbibigay ng consideration. Diba? So, nandito yung mga school heads natin, Sir Romel, Sir Fred, are school heads, and siguro ginagawa naman nila na nagbibigay sila ng consideration. So, we must tell our teachers that they should give consideration to our learners, especially kung itong mga learners na ito ay kinikitaan natin sila ng problema. Diba? Okay, so there's another question here. Parang naalis na yon yung isa.
Yung may nauna pa.
Yes,
Ay,
may nauna kanina.
May nauna kanina. Baka pwedeng ibalik po yon. Baka sabihin na nakuan siya.
Oo. Sir Ron,
First come, first serve.
Yung mahaba kay Ma'am Juliet.
Ayan.
Kay Ma'am Juliet Estrada. Good morning po ulit. Okay, ano pong strategy ang pwede pong gawin after doing several home visitations, follow-ups, encouragements, ayan, and partnership with barangay council parents and learners gusto na mag-drop. Ayan. Meron pa palang dropout sa pandemic, ano? Akala ko zero dropout na tayo sa pandemic.
Meron, sir.
Meron pa palang magda-drop. Okay. Kumbaga, sinasabi ni Ma'am Juliet, parang si teacher, parang si school, binibigay na, binuhos na ang lahat. Nandiyan ng home visitation, nandiyan ng follow-up, nandiyan ng encouragement, partnership with barangay council parents and others. Wala pa rin. Nag-drop pa rin. Diba? So, anong gagawin natin? So, as a school heads, Sir Fred, Sir Romel, ano yung gagawin natin? Mamaya tatanungin ko din si Ma'am Elena kung anong gagawin natin as guidance counselor.
Actually, sir, nangyari din sa amin na ganyan. May case kaming ganyan. And then, yung sinasabi ng teacher na magdadrop na daw yung estudyante niya, ang sabi ko, wag muna, kasi pandemic naman. Alamin nyo yung pwedeng may tulong natin, na ano pang problema, paano ba tayo makakatulong. Magbibigay naman tayo ng consideration, sabi ko nga. Actually nga, sir, yung tanong nyo kanina doon sa giving considerations, pag hindi makasagot ng modules, may standing order naman o reminder naman si Sir Chief. Ang sabi ni Sir Chief, give leeway, give considerations. Kung submit yan sa fourth quarter, tanggapin nyo. Kasi pandemic naman, sabi niya. Doon nyo lang bibigyan ng grade kung kailan siya nag-submit. Yun ang sabi niya. So, yun naman ang, I guess, ini-implement sa lahat ng schools. Malinaw naman yung instruction ni Sir. But regarding this nagda-drop out, yun ang sinabi ko sa kanya, Sir. Tignan, ano pwede nating gawin para matulungan at hindi na lang mag-drop out yung bata. Sige sir, sabi ng teacher. Pagkatapos ng ilang kuan, sabi ko pa nga, i-document nyo yan. Kailangan gamitin natin yung mga guidance forms para just in case talaga. Iniisip ko kasi sir, pag natuluyan talaga, at least masabi na ginawa natin yung part natin. Kasi tatanungin yan, bakit nag-drop out? Kailangan nandun yung mga sagot natin, sabi ko. Then after some time, bumalik na naman yung teacher. Ang sabi niya, talagang magda-drop na sir. Wala na tayong talagang gusto na nila. Bakit? Ano bang problema? Sabi ko sir. Ang matter pala sir, family problem. Naghiwalay yung mag-asawa, dadalhin na yung naghiwalay, pati anak din, naghiwalay din. Nagbingayan yan nakda sir. Yung isa, dinadala doon sa malayo, yun yung magda-drop out. Kasi nga, mag-transfer na lang. Sabi ko, pwede na mag-transfer sa school. Ewan ko sir, ang sabi naman ng parent talaga, mag-drop out na lang daw. So, nung talaga hindi na mapakiusapan, kahit ano naman din ang pilit, ewan ko kung tama ako sir o hindi, talagang kwan na lang, nagpapaalam naman, pinagawa lang namin ng sulat talaga na talagang magka-drop na siya. With the condition na just in case, mag-change ng mind nila, handa pa rin kaming tanggapin sila. Kumbaga pinipending pa lang namin sir yung reporting. Kung baka magbago. Iniisip kasi namin, baka at that particular point in time, baka punong-puno lang. Parang, kasi dumarating yung point na kapag tayong problema, hindi ka nakapag-isip logically, sabihin mo lang, mag-drop na lang. Parang yung bata kanina, malala ko si Madam Rosabel, baka dumating yung point ng anak niya, talagang bad condition, sabi niya, pagod na ako. Parang ganun, napuno lang. Pero baka paglipat ng ibang araw, hindi na naman. Kasi nangyari din sa anak ko yun, sir. Pagod na raw siya sa pagsagot ng module. Pero sa paglaro naman sa kanyang cellphone, hindi naman pagod. Ayos naman. That means hindi enjoyable yung pagsagot ng module. Yung cellphone, hindi naman siya napapagod. Hindi naman siya pagod na akong maglaro sa cellphone. Wala naman, So, parang hindi siya enjoyable. So, ang ginawa kong paraan, sir, nag-compromise. Sige, binigyan ko muna ng break para palipasin yung boredom niya. Then, nagkaroon ng compromise. Ang sabi ko, i-withdraw ko yung privilege mo pag hindi mo sagutin yung module. So, magkaroon tayo ng usapan. So, you can play your module. Answeran mo yung module mo. And then, at the same time, may ka ring break time na makapaglaro ka ng module. Okay naman, sir. Actually, kapag yung mga subjects naman na madali sa kanya, for example, English at sa mga madali niya man nasasagutan. Ang kinainisan niyang sagutan, yung mga bagay na mahirap, for example, sa mother tongue, mga Filipino, nahirapan siya, doon siya naboboard. So, ang sabi ko siguro, sir, ayaw nila sagutin yung modules kasi naboboard sila. One factor maybe, nahirapan sila. Kasi pag nahirapan sila, hindi sila nag-enjoy. So, maganda rin siguro yung support kasi minsan, kulang yung support. Siyempre, pag teacher ka kasi busy, hindi mo na nasusuportahan, parang hindi niya na-enjoy. Parang ganun din. Anyway, iba-iba naman yung bata, nasa magulang na tumitingin yan. Hopefully nga sir, naisip ko nga, itong seminar na nga ito, parang maganda kung ma-extend natin doon sa mga parent. Ang sabi nga ng isang comment kahapon, sir, maganda itong seminar na ito, especially sa mga newlywed, sabi niya. Kasi yung magkakaanak pa lang daw. But actually, kahit sino naman, kahit sa mga lolo at lola, kasi sila yung tagapag-alaga ng mga apo nila. Napaganda sana sir kung may tawid ito, really. Kasi iniisip ko, yung sa developmental psychology, mula pala sa pabubuntis hanggang sa maging 6 years old, pumunta na sa atin, napakalami na palang na-imprint sa kanilang behavior at pag-uugali na kung hindi magandang pagpapalaki, tayo rin sa school na magsasuffer, kumbaga magpo-correct. And it's very difficult na mag-correct. Saan ako napunta? Yun lang siya, naisip ko lang. Pwede dun sa kwan. Parang kumbaga, siguro, unahan na natin, bago pa dumating yung problema, makapag-agapay na tayo. Problema nga lang, pandemic, mahirap maabutin yung mga parents. Pero isa yan sa mga naisip ko, na kapag medyo nag-normal na, hopefully mabakunahan na lahat, wala nang coronavirus, then siguro isang kanyan na iabot din itong klase na ito sa mga parents. Kasi sila dapat yung unang makaalam kung paano ang magpalaki ng bata using this positive discipline approach. Sige sir, napalayo na yung sinasabi ko.
Okay, as a guidance counselor naman,
Okay, so for us, no, kung may teacher na pumupunta sa amin, ma'am, paano to yung estudyante namin gusto na talang mag-drop? Okay, have you done everything? Yes, ma'am, ganon. So, what we do, sinasama namin sila ngayon mag-home visit. So, ano pa, kung ayaw talaga nung bata kasi hindi kaya ng persuasion powers ng teachers, sinasama namin sila ngayon. Ngayon, kaming dalawa pumupunta kami sa bahay nila. At kasi minsan itong mga estudyante, kailangan din nilang ma-counsel, kailangan mo rin silang kausapin kung ano talaga. Kasi, di ba when may home visit, usually gusto lang nang makita yung sitwasyon nila. So, maybe, kasi minsan it's also a teacher. Hindi naman, well, I don't want to sound negative, pero minsan it's a teacher factor. Maybe yung teacher na yon may issue siya dun sa bata, or sana hindi ganun. Pero minsan, di ba, kahit tayo naman kung nagtatampo sa atin ng magulang natin, kahit anong gawin nating tampo, mahal pa rin tayo ng magulang natin at dyan pa rin sila kahit di ba? Parang you can give them another try, parang bigyan pa natin sila ng chance, baka magbago yung isip niya, ganun. So, that's what we were doing starting last year sa ngayon, kasi ang dami rin talagang drop namin this year. And sabi na, hindi kami papayag kasi bakit may magdadrop? Modular, sabi nilang gano'n. Pero meron. Kaya, actually, si case-to-case basis, hindi mo na pwedeng i-compare sa ibang estudyante kasi iba-iba ang nangyayari sa kanila. So, the second time that sinama kami ng mga teachers, ma'am, samahan niyo ako, punta natin si ganyan. Sige nga, try natin, baka ma-save natin, sabi ko, sige. So, after several approaches din naman po, ang kailangan lang naman nila, konting push lang, sige, kulit-kulitin mo lang sila, siguro parang hinihintay lang nila na talaga, okay, parang yun that we value them and that we care for them, that we really want them to finish and not stop. So, minsan, kailangan pa ng konting push lang. Siguro kung nawalan, parang kung hindi ma-persuade ng teacher, siguro baka ma-persuade ng guidance counselor or your head or kung sino gusto mong isama the next time, di ba? So, that's why you can also work with your barangay captain, yung mga tanod nyo dyan, baka, samahan nyo ako, ganyan, kasi ito, let's look for this kid, let's help him out, parang ganun, di ba? So from that, yung nag-home visit po kami, nag-improve naman po, out of mga 6 na gustong mag-drop, nakasave naman po kami ng mga 5. So that's a lot na rin.
That's good. That's good.
Yun lang po.
Malaking achievement na yun. Pastor, si Pastor Fred, siguro spiritual aspect naman.
Sir, on what aspect? Spiritual. Siyempre, kailangan din talaga natin ang spiritual aspect sa mga ganung bagay. Siyempre, kailangan din talaga natin yung tulong ng Panginoon, panalangin para sa kanila. Baka dumadaan din sila sa mga mabibigat na mga pagsubok sa buhay nila. Kaya siguro hindi nakukuha ng bata yung module dahil yung tatay niya o nanay niya may sakit o kaya may problema silang mabigat. Siguro ito na rin yung magandang pagkakataon ng mga teacher na tignan, bisitahin sila. Kung ano talaga yung tunay na sitwasyon. May teacher po ako na sa loob ng isang SEM, sa isang quarter, hindi nakuha yung module. So ang sinabi ko sa teacher, tignan mo sila, dalhin mo yung module sa bahay nila. So dinala nga niya, so kinuha niya yung module. Sir, sabi niya, sir, ang problema, dinala ko na nga yung module, kaso ibinalit na walang sagot. Walang sagot yung module. So here comes second quarter. Sir, ganun na naman, sir. Hindi naman na nila kinukuha. Sabi at dati manang na dito ikunana kasi grade 2 at grade 3 sila, dalawa silang magkapatid. Pero ano tayo, tingnan natin, baka sa sitwasyong ito, dahil nga sa pandemic, ganito yung sitwasyon, kaya nahihirapan din yung mga bata na mag-cope up sa problema natin. Hindi lang naman sila, pati parents din. So intindihin natin sila. So ang advice ko sa teacher na yon, puntahan mo ulit, tulungan mo sila kung ano yung pwede mo itulong para masagutan lang yung mga modules na yan. Kung pwede, kung di ba, kung hindi magulang, pwede naman yung kapitbahay, kamag-anak na pwedeng magpatulong sa pagsagot ng module. Yun po. So pag-pray natin, kailangan talaga nilang extra prayer, panalangin sa mga batang ito. Kasi hindi natin alam kung ano yung pinagdadaanan nila sa panahon ito. Napakahirap. Tayo nga lang po mga adults, meron din po tayong mga na-encounter na problem dahil nga po sa pandemic. Mas mo yung mga bata, hindi sila kumikibo, hindi natin alam po ano yung mga iniisip nila. Pero pag obserbahan mo naman, nag-playful sila, naglalaro sila, pero hindi natin alam kung ano yung nasa heart nila, yung puso nila. So ang heart ko talaga, since ako ay isang pastor, pag-pray, lapit sa Panginoon, dalhin sila sa Panginoon upang mapagtagumpayan natin, sama-sama natin mapagtagumpayan, hoping na matapos na itong pandemic na ito para balik tayo sa normal, sa tulong po ng Panginoon. Lamang, sir.
Ayan, napapasarap yung ating discussion. Umiinit na po yung ating discussion on the point view of a pastor, point view ng guidance counselor, at nandiyan din yung point of view ng isang school head. Okay, balik tayo, Sir Rod, doon kay Sir Aligado.
Kahit na po parents daw. Pati parents napagod.
From Dr. Aligado, as a school head, I have to look for the situation of the child as well as his family situation. I do agree with Romel. Yan. Tama po yun. Yun po yung sinasabi po natin dito na tignan natin yung realidad kung ano talaga yung sitwasyon ng bata sa kanyang pamilya at yung sitwasyon din ng kanilang pamilya. Baka dito nagmumula yung problema at yun ang dapat nating masolusyonan. And then, paano natin masigurado na yung PDET ay nangyayari sa mga bahay since mga magulang na ang nagtuturo sa kanila. Ayan. Okay. So, Romel, paano natin masigurado na yung PDET ay nangyayari sa mga bahay since mga magulang na ang mga nagtuturo sa kanila. Sabi nga ni Sir Romel, sana ma-educate din ng parents natin about PDET para maiwasan din natin yung mas magiging dulot na hindi maganda pag sa pagdisiplina ng mga magulang sa kanilang mga anak. And narinig ko kanina sa ating mga speakers, talagang mahirap disiplinahin yung ating mga anak. Okay? So kung dito nga sa school kung dun sa school, inside the classroom, minsan nahihirapan na rin si teacher na mang-disiplina yung ating mga learners sa dami po nila. So in a classroom, how many learners? So umaabot siya ng 40, umaabot siya ng 45, umaabot siya ng 50. Kung ang 5 sa kanila nag-ingay at naiirita si teacher, so kung hindi niya makontrol yung kanyang sarili, yung temper niya, sisigaw si teacher. So how much more siguro naman makontrol naman ni parent kung nasa bahay kasi isa lang yung anak kung halimbawa na didisiplinahin. Sir Romel, may dagdag?
Yes, sir. Mahirap siguro, Sir Donato, mahirap sigurong siguraduhin na talagang yung PDET ay applicable ay nangyayari sa kanilang bahay. Kasi nga, yung concern nyo po ay magulang talaga. Yun na yung sinasabi natin kanina na sana may parating natin yung training na ito sa kanila para at least ma-inform sila. Siguro hindi pa naman huli yung panahon na in a way, as school heads, we can conduct seminars na pwede natin silang may parating yung basic na PDET sa mga magulang to help their children na sa pagtuturo kasi sila na nga yung learning facilitators. Sana nga lang sir, medyo napaaga ito kasi I remember before itong modular, may mga trainings capacitating mga parents on how to become learning facilitators at home. Pero hindi pa naman huli yung panahon. Pwede pa naman natin sigurong ihabol, especially so doon sa nakikita natin na mga children having difficulty with regard to the answering of modules and other requirements. Pwede natin silang ma-reach and then sabi nga parang kay Madam dinadalaw, ingat lang kasi pag dumalaw ka, there's a tendency mahirap.
Siguro I suggest sa ating mga school heads na narito or mga public school system supervisors natin na gumawa sila ng isang programa wherein alamin natin kung sino yung mga bata every grade level na nahihirapang sumagot ng kanilang module. And then alamin natin siguro yung kanilang mga dahilan. So siguro ito yung mga bibigyan ng mga teachers natin ng special attention. At least mabigyan sila ng special attention, matutulungan natin sila na ma-solve yung kanilang problema, ma-guide natin sa kanila, ma-guide natin sila, and in the long run, pag na-guide natin at natulungan natin sila, matatapos nila yung pag-aaral nila. Kasi well-guided na sila May nagpaparamdam na ng warmth, ng care, ng love sa kanila. So definitely, that would be an encouragement or motivation to this kind of learners para tapusin yung kanilang mga modules, para matapos nila yung kanilang pag-aaral. And meron akong naiisip, since recorded naman tong training na to, bakit hindi magkaroon ng plano bawat school na ipalabas din ito sa lahat ng mga teachers kasi limited lang naman po yung mga participants natin dito. So siguro hindi naman lahat ng teachers ay naka-attend dito. Siguro ipalabas ito sa ating mga teachers and then siguro pwede rin nilang ipalabas ito sa mga parents ng kanilang mga learners by section or by grade level. Since hindi naman po tayo pwede sa face-to-face. Kasi kung i-gather naman po natin lahat ng mga parents, ay we are violating yung IPF natin. Kaya siguro, since recorded naman
Hindi
dito,
po.
pwede natin ipalabas sa ating mga parents, sa ating mga learners ng every grade level. So parang gumawa tayo ng sistema, schedule, para lang maipabot natin, para ma-educate natin ang ating mga parents regarding positive discipline in every teaching, para naman at least kahit na PDET, pag sinabing PDET, ayan, pag nabanggit, alam nila kung ano yung PDET. And nare-remind tayo kung nababanggit or naririnig natin yung PDET. Ayan. Okay, ano pa?
May patalastas, sir. Si Ma'am Juliet.
Baka lang po may kakilala po kayong meron po kaming item for RGC at effective na earlier than November 1 po ng 2020 na hanggang ngayon ay di pa filled up po. Kasi marami po yan. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, 42 items. Kasi mabigat po yung qualification standard po niyan, Ma'am Juliet. Dapat ano po siya, license po kasi kung bago ka kukuha ng license, dapat what do you call this? May masteral ka, graduate ka sa masteral. Okay, so medyo mataas kasi ang qualification standard po ng isang RGC. Kaya sana kung yung mga participants po natin na nakikinig pa po, kami po ay nananawagan na kung meron po kayong mga kamag-anak, kakilala, anak, na RGC po, Registered Guidance Counselor po, mag-apply po kayo sa ating Division Office, Pangasinan Division 2. Kasi ilang taon na rin po nating ini-announce po ito. Kung hindi ako nagkakamali, 3 taon na po yata na kami ay nananawagan sa publiko na kung meron po kayong kakilala ay sana ay pag-applyin po ninyo sa ating division. Okay, thank you so much po, Ma'am Sir, for sharing your knowledge and expertise of very informative and interesting topics. I have learned a lot. God bless us all po. From Ma'am Nida Velasco. Thank you very much, Ma'am. Ayan.
Thank you, ma'am.
So, yung natutunan. So, yung mga ganong komento po ay mas lalo po kaming nai-inspire. Ayan. Parang meron pang kanina, parang hindi natin nabasa yung mga ilan. Okay. So, kung wala na, Sir Rod, meron pa ba? Meron pa ba tayong katanungan? Okay. Meron pa ba tayong hindi nabasa na comment or tanong?
Sir, wala na po, sir.
Okay, wala na. All right. So, thank you very much. Congratulations to our speakers. Ayan.
Thank you, sir.
So, alam ko na ibahagi na naman po natin ang ating kaalaman sa ating mga participants. So, sinabi naman nila na they have learned a lot from your discussions. Ayan. So, maraming salamat po. So, ayan. So, dito po nagtatapos ang ating morning session. So, mamaya po, we'll start at 1 o'clock for our afternoon session. So, sige po. God bless us all.
Bye, sir.
Okay. Happy
Yes,
lunch.
sir.
See you later.
Thank you.
1 o'clock. Okay. Sir Rod, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.